is we have a series of 10-minute lightning talks. We'll do 3 talks and then a break, 3 talks and then a break. So you will hear a whole host of amazing speakers. It's only 10 minutes, so they can't go into that much detail. The point of the breaks is to find out more. If you don't like a speaker, by the time you realize they'll be off in 5 minutes anyway. If you do like a speaker and you do want to find out more about what they talked about or what their organization does, use the breaks and go up and find out more. They're getting up here because they've got something to say and they want to tell it and they want to go into more detail. So the speakers, I think, all have a VIP lanyard, so do badger them. That's basically an open invite to go and say hello to them. But equally, just say hello to everyone else. Hopefully this is going to be a really productive evening, as well as just being fun and informative. Thanks to our sponsors, we are able to offer a couple of drinks. We've got the bar at the back of the room. However, let's just make sure this is a safe place. So if you see anyone that looks vaguely uncomfortable with anything, please just make sure they're okay, or give myself or one of the volunteers a shout. And let's just make sure everyone goes home nice and safe and everyone's had a fun, productive evening. For those watching online, we're having problems with the audio all week. We know it's really quiet, so apologies if you're struggling to hear this tonight as well. Lucy, our engineer, has been stressing all afternoon and I think all night trying to resolve it. We're not sure what the problem is. Hopefully you can still hear us okay. The video feed and everything looks fine. If you are watching online, we do have a Discord up. You can chat to other people watching online. In a browser, go to gamestalks.live/Discord. That link should be scrolling across the bottom of the screen throughout the feed. These events started, like I said, 6 years ago, and we've now done a bunch of them. I was working out last night how many we'd done, and someone in the audience actually guessed very close to how many we've done. So if you include all the different Dundee, Glasgow, Edinburgh events, and we've done a couple south of the border, if you weren't there last night, how many events do you think we've done? What number event do you think this is? Any guesses? 40. Oh, I'm not that old. 26. This is 28, I think. So that's an amazing guess. 28 events, 28 times we've got the local community together, so that's absolutely fantastic. One of the things we've done, not at every single of the 28 events, but the vast majority of them, is we've raised some money for some good causes, for some amazing causes. Over the years, we've raised literally tens of thousands of pounds. We've raised money for NHS, for Ukrainian Red Cross, for War Child last time, for Special Effect. Lots of great causes, and lots of great prizes that we'll run through briefly. The way this works is we have a Just Giving page set up. For every £5 of a donation that you make, we assign you one raffle ticket. So if you donate £5, you get one ticket in the draw. You can win one prize. If you donated £50, you get 10 tickets. If you win something, you still have 9 other tickets in the draw. We've been doing raffle prizes the last couple of nights. Tonight is the last raffle. At the end of the talks tonight, we will draw the prizes. In the breaks, we will have the link and the QR code up on screen. This QR code, if you scan that will take you directly to the Just Giving page, or just go to gamestalks.live/raffle, and that should redirect you to the Just Giving page. If you're making a donation, please leave your name. The number of prizes, we've drawn it, and it's like, and the winner is anonymous. Makes it really hard to get you your prize. So please make sure you leave your name on the Just Giving page, and then we can assign the raffle tickets properly. To run through the amazing prizes we have today, so courtesy of Head Up Games, we have a bundle of Tinkertown and Dr. Fetus's, I always forget the name of this, Mean Meat Machine. We've drawn those. Tonight we have a bundle from Wired Productions, who are here today, of Tin Hearts and The Last Worker. We have 2 copies, courtesy of Creative Assembly, of Total War 3 Warhammer. Thanks to Hooded Horse, we've got a Steam bundle of Against the Storm, Sons of Valhalla, and Manor Lords. Also from Hooded Horse, another bundle just of Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla. Courtesy of No More Robots, we've got a bundle of Soccer Story and Let's Build a Zoo and various bits of DLC. No More Robots have also given us a bundle of Not Tonight 1 and 2 and Tombstar. They've also given us 2 bundles tonight for codes for Family Man, Spirity, Fashion Police Squad, and Nowhere Profit. And they've also given us 2 sets of bundles for Yes Your Grace Descenders and Hypnospace Outlaw. From P-Cube, we have a bundle of PS4 games. Some of these we drew last night in Dundee, which is why I'm skipping some of the slides. But tonight we're going to draw the PS4 collection of these 5 games. Yogscast have given us 4 copies of Playtop, but we've already drawn the Switch ones, and can anyone remember whether it was PlayStation or Xbox we drew last night? I think it PlayStation. So tonight we've got 4 copies that we'll do as a bundle because it's a game you play with your pals. 4 copies of Playtop on Xbox. Focus Entertainment have also given us 2 sets of bundles of Banishers, Atlas Fallen, and Expeditions. These are all Steam codes, unless I say otherwise. War Dog Studios through in Edinburgh have given us 2 copies of Modern Warfare 3. PT Turf, who spoke at the last set of events, have given us 2 codes for the Engineer. And Nacon have given us one of these high-end headsets, the RIG 300 Pro HX, as well as a controller whose name I've forgotten, colourful compact Xbox controller, something like that, very fancy bit of kit anyway. So to be in with a chance of winning those, we'll do the draw at the end of the night. Just now we'll show you a short video about the cause we're raising money for, but basically for every £5 you donate, you get 1 ticket in your name, and we'll do a draw at the end of the night. We've got some of the prizes here in person, but a lot of them are codes, and in which case I'll come back to winners hopefully next week and get through it. And the cause we're raising money for this time is Save the Children. We've done this the last couple of nights, and actually today I got a phone call from Save the Children thanking us for all the money we've raised for them so far, because we also did something a month ago. So I asked if they could send through a couple of videos. So here's one of the videos that we'll just play out shortly, just to talk a little bit about the work they're doing. let's bring up the link for that again. So yeah, great cause. Sorry, I've not seen that video before. Great cause we're raising money for, so please follow that QR code and raise money for a great cause. Before we get started, I need to thank our sponsors that have made tonight happen. These events have grown a little bit in scale since we first did it. We now have to pay travel expenses and hotels. We have a coach that's moved everyone around. The ticket price only covers a portion of the cost of running all this. So I need to give a massive thank you to all of our sponsors, to Team Terrible, to Blackadders, to Pocket Size Hands, to 4J Studios, to Ninja Kiwi, to No Code, to Blazing Griffin, Johnston Carmichael, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerolo, the UK Global Screen Fund, Speech Graphics, Rivet Games, and Glasgow City Council have helped make this happen. So please give all of those sponsors a huge round of applause. We'll get into the talks now. Please give all of our speakers a warm welcome as they come up. You're not going to hear from me for a little while. You'll be pleased to hear. However, after he did so well last time, I'm really pleased to say that we've got back Mr. Ryan Caulfield, who did an amazing job last time at introducing all of our speakers. So please give Ryan a warm welcome.
Hi folks, how we doing? So yeah, I'm Ryan. I'm part of the team that's organising Glasgow Independent Game Festival, so if you want to speak about that, please come and speak to myself or Joe, who's just arrived. How we doing it? So we'll get started with the first talk, and the first talk of the night is Ben Board, who's an Unreal Engine business development at Epic Games.
You know what? Last night I apologise for the people who've already seen this before that they're going to be hearing my jokes again. And then I managed to pull a couple of new ones out of the bag. That's not happening tonight. So you're going to have to stick with it. Just going to try and do this again, except I can't because that's fine. Hello, everybody. Hi. So my name is Ben, and I am in Unreal Engine business development, which means that I and our team, look after all the relationships with studios around Europe who are using Unreal to make video games. And we are also the front people for all the other things which Epic does, which is a whole bunch of things as I'll get onto. But first, I just want to echo some things that Colin said. I am here because this event is fantastic, and in fact, given it's the last time, can we just all give a very quick hand to Colin for setting this up? And not just now, but in all of the many times, all the other 27 times. It's a genuinely fantastic event. I was very proud to be invited to take part in it, and it's also very practically extremely useful because I get to hang out in three cities in 3 nights and get to meet you all. So that's what's attractive for it for me. I hope that it is useful for you guys to get to know me. Epic is a very partner-focused organisation. We care very much about the success of our partners. What this means is, with your success, I can't remember what it means. What it means is, you succeed, we succeed when you succeed. Trouble is, it's in Latin. I can't read Latin. We succeed when you succeed. What it means is that our business model is based around your success. The better you do, we are a royalty-driven business model in Unreal Engine. The better you do, the more money we make, right? And we take a tiny little cut of your success, which means that we are positively incentivized for you to have more success. And we spend a lot of time doing things to encourage your success, whether that is helping you meet publishers, whether it is kind of connecting you with finance, whether it is connecting you with technical help to help make your game better, whether it is finding opportunities to get your game out in front of our audiences. That's the kind of thing which we can help. So if you are super interested in Unreal, come and say hello. If you are really anti the idea of Unreal, come and say hello. I want to hear about it. If you don't care either way, I don't want to speak to you, because what the hell are you doing in this room? Right, so this is all the things I've been doing for a long time. I'll move on. A couple of things I want to speak about tonight. Here we go again, people. The thing doesn't work. That worked last night. It was the dance all along. Right. Epic Games is more than just Unreal Engine these days. We try and produce a range of tools and services that enable you to build, not just to build games, but to get them to your audience and to operate them, just like we do with our own games. There are two big tools which we provide, which I should be talking about. They are Unreal Engine and Unreal Editor for Fortnite. I'll talk about both of those. There are other things that we provide as well. We also, alongside those tools, we provide marketplaces for the content which you can use to populate your games beyond the stuff that you produce yourselves. We have the Unreal Marketplace. We have Quixel Megascans. We have ArtStation. We have Sketchfab. This year, all of those things are going to get combined into one marketplace to rule them all, which is going to be called Fab. We've started to see the beginning of this if you've already used UEFN. Fab is coming at some point I believe it's this year, and look out for that. So once you've used the tools and you've used the content to make your game, we also provide a tool set to allow you to make your game run cross-platform multiplayer, and that is Epic Games as Epic Online Services. That provides the account services like identification for cross-platform ID services, as well as game services like leaderboards and matchmaking and all that stuff to enable you to very easily make your games cross-platform, and that is free. There is no cost to that. Once you've made your game, we also provide a couple of outlets for you to get your game in front of real players. One of those is the Epic Games Store. The headline for the Epic Games Store is, you pay us 12% of the revenue which your customers pay the store, rather than 30%, which many other stores ask, and we think that's a good thing. In addition to the Epic Games Store, there is another place that we provide for you to put your game in front of real players, and that is Fortnite, which you may have heard of. So Fortnite, I'll come on to that with Unreal Editor for Fortnite. That becomes a marketplace for your games. That's an important thing to understand. And we have communities where people can hang out and talk about stuff. Can't be too careful. I want to talk about those two tools. So Unreal Engine, I hope there isn't anyone here who's not familiar. That's the great thing about being in this kind of role. Every single person knows about your thing. But Unreal Engine has been around for a very long time. But this is the tool that we provide to you to enable you to make whatever game that you want with whatever visual style running on any platform with total flexibility. And some of the headline features of Unreal Engine, which I should mention, our thing is quality. We are pretty confident that you have access to no other way of reaching these level of quality. We feel like the features that we have provided to you in the engine are unmatched certainly in any other thing that you can buy off the shelf. The software that we produce is cool because we have proven that it's cool. We have always used Unreal to make our own games. Fortnite runs in Unreal. It doesn't run in a special version of Unreal. It runs in Unreal. It runs in the Unreal that we give you. They're sure that the team has added stuff. But that's just as you can for your own game. We provide you all the source code. If you want to do source code angels and make all the changes that you want, go bananas. You really can. It turns out it's not a very good idea, but you can. And making some targeted changes makes all the sense, and everyone does it. But you can do what you like. It's complete visibility. That helps with making changes and additions to the engine, but it also helps in debugging when things go wrong. Shipping games with Unreal is a lot easier than... It's easy. It's not easy. But it's... anyway, I'm not going to make comparisons. No C++, we have Blueprint visual scripting. So, here's some of the things in the last couple of versions of Unreal. I'm not going to go on about these things except to say motion matching is super, super cool, and it's going to change. If you're making a third-person game, check it out because it's incredible. Two forms of license. If you don't speak to us, and you ship a game, you're under the EULA, the one on the left. You pay us nothing up front. You make $1 million on your game, and then the money you make after that, you pay us 5%. So if you make $1,000,001 on your game, you pay us 5p cents. But there's no support from us. Custom license is you pay us something up front, and it reduces that royalty, and you get support. If you want to talk, we aim this at publishers, not so much developers. Talk to me afterwards if you're interested in more. The other tool that we offer is Unreal Editor for Fortnite. This is relatively new. This is a platform that has a lot more features out of the box. It's still fairly early days, and it is optimized for certain kinds of games, but that is changing every single day. We have hundreds of thousands of people working on this at Epic. Epic, this is probably the most important thing that's happening at Epic right now. It is this. You hear Tim Sweeney talking about the metaverse, and I know no one likes that word, but this is going to enable you to be able to create content and get it in front of people super easily. It starts with the Unreal Engine tools. It is based on Unreal Engine. So with not all today, but many of the UE5 tools that you know and love. It's fully collaborative, so you can be producing content with your friends. And the best part, once you've made your game, you press the publish button, and it soon afterwards is available to play by anybody in the world who has access to Fortnite on any platform. You don't have to go through PlayStation Cert to play it on the PlayStation, and so on. It's super, super powerful, and it's incredibly quick to make stuff and cheap. Try stuff out. If you haven't had a go, please do. Full cross-platform multiplayer out of the box. A new programming language called Verse, which you can use to create gameplay. Very flexible, again, lots in full development, and all of the stuff that you can do in Fortnite, all the content we provide from Fortnite, and the marketplace. And that is the end of my talk.
Bang on 10 minutes, so that was absolute 10 out of 10. So next up we have Meher Kalandarian. Where is he? There we are. How we doing, man? Sorry I got your surname wrong after speaking to you as well. There's the CEO of Keelworks, so another round of applause, please.
Hi everyone. A few years ago I started Keelworks. We were a team of 3. Started Keelworks with my brother, who's an artist, and with his girlfriend, Helen. They're both artists. My background is business management. I've worked at many different places, but mainly worked at Scottish Government, managing a government grant of £50 million. So just to give you a context of where my background lies, and my brother worked a little bit at Pixar, and then his work probably will speak by itself. So I don't have videos to share, but these are some of the very, very old images of he's done some cinematic work. This is like 20 years ago. All this is done by one person, by the way, so it's interesting. So we started the company, and the way we paid the bills was doing a lot of work for hire, so mainly focusing on commercial aspect of it, visual effects, music composition, and animation. And these are some of the projects we worked on, commercial, really interesting Pampers Ultra, and all the rest of it. That's how we paid the bills. We also did some visual effects. And while prototyping and R&D work, preparing and learning to dive into the Unreal Engine, during this time we continued to take on jobs to pay the bills, and received Epic Mega Grant support twice, which really was very helpful to sustain ourselves in this really tough times of transitioning. During this time, we faced some challenges, and this talk, I'm going to mention that this is a very honest talk. It's an honest talk about my personal journey, developing the company, finding publisher, and all the rest of it. And I'm sure most of you here who run your own businesses or have had some sort of experience will relate to, and this wouldn't be you wouldn't be a stranger to these issues that I faced. So here are some things I would like to share. So during this period, we faced some challenges, some regular startup challenges that it's well known, some unusual and unnecessary challenges such as fleeing a war zone, surviving an explosion, power cuts around 18 hours a day, and internet problems, these sort of things. I will not depress you with these things at the moment. And of course, the non-game dev background really was going to be an issue, which we were very, very much aware of, but the question was what we were going to do about it. So first things first, we prepared a 3 to 4 minute playable demo entirely done by these two people from art to dev. And here we get this message again. Yeah, okay. And with originally composed music, and my uncle is a music composer orchestrator. Yeah, it's a family thing, I know, but it works. And two CG cinematic trailers were done because that's what we were good at doing while we were learning Unreal Engine, so we finished them and put them aside. And a well-prepared pitch, where I thought I prepared everything, covered all the gaps to be ready to talk to publishers, and spoke to a lot of publishers. Tried to apply for funding, and there were a lot of frustrations. But I looked at these issues from a different perspective. I looked at them from a professional business perspective, grant management perspective, and just management in general perspective. And I observed, reflected, and learned a lot. And one of the main things that I initially observed was that not all publishers can see the opportunity and grab it by the neck. And they don't always ask the right questions either. And I started to question whether this creative industry has turned into a tick box approach as well, which is necessary to have to a certain degree to be able to manage massive applications. But is it all the way? Second observation, putting my grant management hat on, the issue that I realized was the issue is not about how many more game titles you know than me, but it was more about the basics. The basics of lack of organization skills, communication 101 kind of thing, that kind of problem there. And bureaucratic structures with large organizations, lack of robust, efficient processes in place to even assess applications. And these caused delays and, of course, really, really harmed the indie companies, which was a shame that this was not taken into account. Refusals are painful, but what can I do to get results was the question that I tried very hard to ask myself all the time in the midst of all these problems. I wasn't here to educate anybody or to change the world. Was I desperate? Yes. But I knew after talking to a lot of different publishers that not everyone who throws money at you is a good or the right partner to have. So we had to be very careful. So common message that I received while talking to publishers was that you don't have track record of published titles and you don't have any traction, online traction. But what the hell does that mean? So what does online traction mean? Wish list, some media attention and coverage, right. So what kind of wish list? So when I talked to the publishers, I had 3 of them who were a bit more honest with me. There were smaller publishers. I went straight to them, and I had formed that relationship with them. I said, listen, tell me the numbers. And they said, for your kind of game, let's target 3,000. Realistic. I'm like, okay, realistic for you. I have no clue if that's achievable. So let's move on. So we had to have a new strategy, and that was very clear to me. First strategy was, first of all, Meher, quit your full-time job and focus on this full-time, and let's see what happens. 2 months before the pandemic was not ideal, but I created a trailer from the demo that we had prepared. Pros and cons of doing this, I was totally aware of that, but I had no choice at this time, at this stage. Get online traction, immediate interest, yes, we will do that. And reverse roles, publishers get on knocking on my door because I'm sick and tired trying to prove that we're not recent graduates, we're professionals, okay, the company is new, but we know what we're doing. We planned for it for years before we opened our mouth, before we even knocked on your door. So let's move on. So the results, some media coverage. We got the PlayStation magazine, which was very interesting. This one always makes me giggle. We had the big 10 stories everyone's talking about, and we were number 8. We didn't even have a game. And we had the IGN exclusive, and results were more than what I was expecting. Target was 3,000, and in 1 week we got 12,000 Steam wish lists. And by the way, there's no marketing budget here. And we received 3 deals, and we signed our first ever game deal with Konami. I learned a few more things from my experience running the companies, negotiating a deal with a big publisher, recruiting, and all the rest of it. And I allowed me to think and reflect and observe and get this experience a bit more. And a few more things that within the time that I remains to me, I can share with you. So make sure you have good lawyers. I can see some lawyers sitting in the front of this seat here. They're probably very happy when I'm saying about this, but it is true. You need to have good lawyers because it's very important. You may put indie companies off because it may be expensive. You may think that they are expensive. You're right in thinking that. However, there are different ways of tackling this. You can arrange, you can ask whether you can have planning of your payments, when the deal is signed, some lawyers will accept, others they don't, and they just move on to another lawyer. But pick your battles and avoid tunnel thinking approach, because they will present you with a lot of different points to change, and then if you keep on doing that, you will never reach anywhere. And I realized that after a while, and I had to choose what I can live with and what doesn't really work. Stakeholder engagement is key. I always wanted Konami to come and visit, to know what was going on. My staff members were really happy about it, but they were always there. Every month they were there. If they weren't there, I was down and visiting them or wherever they were. And this way, they kept in the loop in terms of what's going on, all the problems that we were facing and how we were sorting it out, and they would leave me alone, and they would back me up behind the scenes as well. Focusing on all aspects of the business is very important. It's a mistake, or it's a thing that we all kind of forget sometimes. When we're passionate and driven about our games as programmers and artists, we are so passionate that we forget that we are running a business. And trust me, it's a full-time job, because I experienced it. IP and trademark, it's a question mark thing, this topic. I talked to a lot of colleagues in Dundee, in Edinburgh, not so much in Glasgow, unfortunately, but they all told me, oh, we don't bother with it. I'm like, well, sometimes you have to, like I did, because my game wasn't going to be signed if I didn't agree to registering the IP and trademark. A few things I learned. One main thing I would pass on, because my time is almost running, is that common sense and IP law, I'm sorry, they don't have anything to do with each other. So you learn that, and you have to be careful with the lawyers, because some lawyers are good in submitting applications, that's fine, but when you're in trouble, maybe the same lawyers wouldn't be able to defend you, so be careful with that. Working and hiring staff, hire who you need, don't go too fast. I will not go into these because I don't have time, and he's staring at me right now, and just kidding. Build awareness, different disciplines is very important, and mainly resilience and perseverance will pay. Impact doesn't happen over time, and you have to just keep on going, but always have a plan and enjoy the journey and the creative process. Now you're probably wondering, what is your game? You've been talking for 10 minutes. So our first game is a top-down shooter, a cinematic version of a classical shmup, and we wanted to see how we wanted the shmups to be in the new technology, so we really tried hard to innovate. And where we are with the game is I'm going to LA in 2 weeks' time to participate with IGN Live, announcing the release date of our game, which I'm very happy about, and I'll leave you with the trailer. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mihail. That game trailer looked sick. Big fan of that. So before we go on a break, thank you to some sponsors. We want to shout out British Film Institute and Blackadder's. And we will have a break now until 6, 5 past 6, thereabouts. That sort of window. You'll see me waving about or calling you back. But yeah, have a good one.
These sometimes get like confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This, or like you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NES Maker, GB Studio, like a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. And but if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Yeah, forums keep this kind of stuff alive. It's just better than Discord groups, because that really gets lost. And it also helps you meet a whole bunch of people. So then when you go to events, you can hang out and meet all these people that you've been just avatars with for long times. So I released this on itch. I forgot where we're going to go with this. I've not practiced this one this much yet. So yeah, show this off at like local gaming things. See if people like it. Not every game in this like homebrew scene needs to get a physical release, because some are just tech demos and just like fun projects. But yeah, if you pass that and like your game's good, people like it at events and stuff. How do you make it real? You go for funding. There's a lot of Kickstarters for this in this space at the moment. There've been a few really successful ones, and then a few minorly successful ones. Also make a, what's this? Press kit for your game. Then you can just copy paste your stuff to Kickstarter, and the press just love just being able to copy paste stuff as well, being lazy writers. On day of release, if you don't learn anything else from me, send your press kit and like press release to inbox@gamespress.com, and then that will get sent out to like most of the media people. Yeah, people get like an email every day that tells them what's happening. So I've funded these 2 games through Kickstarter for NES, and then we added Dreamcast and PC and stuff on the other ones. People ask about manufacture. How do you make these games these days? AliExpress has got like lots of really cool shells and stuff. And if you're like serious about it, you can contact the manufacturers that they use and like cut out the middleman of AliExpress and get custom stuff done in that. And then you use like a cart flasher. You can get ones for all the different systems. And then you can make your boards, and that sounds really scary and stuff. But yeah, and you can get cool custom PCBs. But more recently, there's a bunch of people just doing this for you, so you can kind of buy them off the shelf and ship them. They'll even like flash the games to you if you give them a little build as well. What are these? Yeah, boxes and stuff. Frank in America, he seems to do everybody's box in America for some reason. Or you do it yourself, but again, that's a lot of hassle. Frank's boxes are really good. When you're doing a Kickstarter, like people private message you, basically saying we can do what you're going to do, but cheaper for you. So just be aware that might happen. Frank reached out to me during that thing saying we can do it, but so did Broke Studio, and Broke Studio were like, we can do the whole thing, not just the boxes. So I was like, yep, and it was cheaper than Frank as well. But if I was to do it all myself, Limited Run more recently, I've been getting into more like indie like homebrew releases as well. But their lead times are a bit long if you want to get a game out. And again, I met the guy from Brook Studio. He came to Dundee to get married. He loves Scotland. He was thinking about moving here, but didn't because of Brexit. He's got a logistics company. He needs to be able to ship stuff. Yeah, we look for easy ways to port these games up to get more stuff. I remember when I was at school, there was like a guy on a bus. It was a school bus. It gave me a burnt disc saying like NES games, and it was for the Dreamcast, and it was NES or DC. And I was like, wait a minute, that was a thing. I could play NES games on the Dreamcast. Turns out it's an open source project. It's got a reasonably permissive license, so we edited it a bit, made it like nicer to use. And yeah, with help from one of my friends from a previous job, released it as like NES to Dreamcast. So now everybody can release their NES games on Dreamcast. But then that leads into the rabbit hole of how do you manufacture CDs now. The debate is like duplication versus replication. There's a few differences. One of them is like, what is this? This is duplication is a burned CDR. So you can still get your CDs manufactured, but then you burn it yourself. So here's the pros and cons of that. I can't read, so you can probably read that better than I can. Replicated stuff is pressed. All these things, and it's really just the purists that care about this kind of stuff. There's a few companies do this stuff as well. Josh Prod was the one everyone says, why don't you just use them? They wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So NES is 8-bit, so they were just not going to touch it. I did the first run myself as a minus CDR just to see, and it like sold out reasonably quick. So then teamed up with Wave, met them at one of the events, and they're here today as well. And they did a really good job. So you can buy it on their website now for Dreamcast. And it is a press disc as well. They're also like quite good at the marketing stuff, and it just helps me boost my brand as well, and helps them out too. Then we also did the same for NES to Steam. So we made an emulator wrapper that you can easily port your games to Steam, because that's like game developers' dreams in the small community, isn't it? We used FCUX, which isn't as good a license, so we can't integrate the Steam SDK and stuff. And just in general, Steam is not the place to sell your NES game. Itch is much better in this regard. Itch has tags for NES game already, which Steam doesn't, and people know what to expect from this. The general price is like $10 for a decent game, and it kind of goes down depending on quality. But for physical ones, this is what we think to expect paying these days. Again, bit dependent on quality. We also ported the NES to the Playdate, which is pretty cool. Oh no, what was that supposed to be? Oh no, maybe that's intentional. Yeah, you can't. There's no NES to Playdate emulator at the moment. I know a guy that's working on it, but it's not ready yet. But I do have this guy who did program Tapeworm, and he did it in such a way that it was really easy to do over, and he did it in an evening basically, and then a couple of weeks of like polish after that. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, which is really nice because you can just like redraw your sprites one to one. If anybody else is going to do this, which I know is highly unlikely, but I would say, yeah, do like optimize your things. Don't rely on dither patterns or anything. Like redraw your sprites. Porting up to modern consoles and stuff as well. I went through Ratalaika Games. Everyone was kind of racing to see who would be the first ones to get their new NES games on storefronts. And these guys, I had like murmurs that they had the tech ready, and their lead times weren't that long. And it was just a nice split as well on the dev side. These guys have popped up as well. They've got a really nice front end, but they're only on Switch. Make spin-off brands and stuff. Like we made a mobile game that kind of helped boost the brand in that space as well. Go to conventions and fairs. Has stopped working. How much have I got left? 2 minutes. Yeah, go to conventions, fairs. You never know who you're going to bump into these fairs. Like one day at the last day of a 3-day event, a guy rocked up and started talking to me about stuff. He was really interested, and then he turned out to be a writer for Nintendo Life. So we got a really nice post on that. So if I wasn't trying on the last day, I might not have got that. And then that's led to like more things and like the other like Retro Gamer and a few other mags. Debug as well. The Wave guys are here as well. Sign up for all the things. I tried to get Evercade's games, just sent them an email saying you've got a new console that accepts like old ROMs. I've got a new old ROM, and I again like their marketing strategy. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers. They did a really good job. So then we got Flea on Evercade 1 and Tapeworm on Evercade Heroes 2, and then that led to like a merch deal with them as well. Which so we got plushies of the Fleas made, and then they are juggleable, just in case you wondered. And yeah, I got my game. It was such a proud moment. Game in Argos, not on the shelf, but on a kiosk at least. Also, just do print-on-demand merch if you're like small. It really costs you nothing. You just upload it and you get some money, and fans get to enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of streaming places now that stream these like lower games because they don't need much bandwidth and stuff. And I again met these guys at one of the trade shows, and then the next year I was signed up with them, and I was on their banner right next to Pac-Man. So again, they're really boosting my brand, and they seem to really love the game as well. Jam.gga is doing a similar thing, but they're not as good and pivot more than like Sofa and Friends. So, community bundles are also really good, like combining efforts, like marketing efforts of the community together for small bundles really helps. And then when you make a sale, everybody makes a sale. Okay, I'm getting really close here. I've not got many left. So now Tapeworm is on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms, coming to iOS and Android and Game Boy Advance. For these types of contracts, I'm not a lawyer. These things sometimes aren't worth financially hiring a lawyer, because and stuff, it would definitely worth it for the free marketing that they get. Look over contracts and stuff. Like we've all got industry contacts here. Don't sign exclusive deals. That's the main thing. The streaming ones especially want you to sign exclusive stuff and make sure there's a clear opt-out clause. I also got this pop-up projection book with me that I'll set up in the next break so you can have a look. Thanks.
Hello. Hello, hello. Guys, that is a 2-minute heads up until we're back, okay? Everybody tell your friends.
Yeah. She's just got to swap look slides in, so just be a second. As we go into the next break, assuming the Buddhas come out about 5:30, just say order it because not everyone gets food. There's a says there's food on the bag. Because the people that order food, sponsors and stuff. For people that have ordered it, there's no fun. And if it ends up being late, I'll let you know.
It's wild how well that works. Absolutely wild. That was Colin's secret from last year. Just a nice shush, and people, they get it. It's pretty impressive. I've never controlled a crowd like that. Give everybody a wee chance to get back to seats. And that'll do it. Welcome to block 2. Here we go. First up, we have Chris Phillip, who is a fund manager of the UK Global Screen Fund and part of the British Film Institute. Where is he? There he is. Let's go.
Cool. Thank you so much for having me. I just thought I'd walk down the aisle and I feel like I should say a few words about the newly wedded couple in this venue. Thank you so much for having me, folks. I think actually the audience tonight is bigger than the one last night in Dundee, so give yourselves a round of applause. I'm Chris Phillip. Thank you so much for introducing me. As you mentioned, I am the fund manager for the International Business Development strand of the UK Global Screen Fund, which is a fund that is managed by the BFI for the Department of Culture, Media and Sport, as well as being given to us by Treasury, which is a mouthful. And I'm happy for you to know that this is the UK Global Screen Fund, not the UK Games Fund. That's the other bold man in the back. But to begin, I really want to talk to you about a trip in time. So if we go all the way back to 2014, I have just started a job as a game designer at Ubisoft. And here in the UK, the video game tax relief had just been adopted. Ever since, for the past 10 years, if you make a game in the UK, the BFI can certify your game as a British game, and then you can go with that and with like the certificate and your accounts to HMRC and get back 25% of your core expenditure, which is something that I really hope everybody here who's ever made a game or is planning on making a game knows about. And if you don't, there you go. You now know about it, and I really hope that you're gonna do this, because I've now been working across the screen sector, so in film, TV, video games, animation, and supporting them for the past 4 or 5 years, and I have not seen a single film or TV project budget that did not incorporate the tax relief, because it's money that the government gives you back. So that's something really that I think all of you should keep in mind, and all of you should put into your budgets that you show to publishers, because it's about 25%. It's a really big amount, and you can actually borrow money against that. So that's something that you should keep in mind. And in order to do that, you must have a company, so make sure that you're incorporated. Make sure that you're incorporated before beginning full development, and if you have questions about that, I'm happy to put you in touch with the right team. You must have at least 10% core expenditure in the UK since the new video game expenditure credit came into play. Your video game must be intended for people to buy, and then it must be certified. And is it a game? It doesn't need to be narrative. Everybody says, oh, but in order to be a British game, it must have like red police boxes and the TARDIS in it, and you must have like pages and pages of dialogue. No, it doesn't need to be that. The certification process is a lot different than that. And the game doesn't need to be narrative in this case, but it must be interactive and include gameplay elements. So that was 2014. If we move forward through time, 2021 is when the UK Global Screen Fund got created, and we have about £7 million a year to support the UK screen industries to do more internationally. So produce more internationally, increase your partnerships, increase your sales outside of the UK. A part of that, the international business development strand, is also open to video game companies. And ever since 2021, we've awarded 20 companies in video games with more than £1.6 million. And you can see there the names of the awardees. I'm gonna go through what exactly it's for and how you can check that you're eligible for it. And if your company sounds like it's eligible now, or that it might be eligible over the next 1 to 2 years, please come talk to me. We always want to see applications from all over the UK, from companies big and small, as long as you're eligible. And we take a portfolio approach with our awards. You might see some companies there that have gotten BAFTAs, I think. You might also see companies that you've never heard about, but they were eligible, and they still got funding through the International Business Development Strand. However, we are not ready yet to go through the eligibility criteria and what the fund is for, because the year is 2023. The BFI announces its 2033 strategy. It's called Screen Culture 2033. And those of you who might be on LinkedIn and follow people like myself or Paul, who's the founder of the UK Games Fund, Yuki, or Taiga, will notice that games are something that has appeared officially as part of the BFI strategy. We want to help the games industry, and the BFI has a history that's almost 100 years old of supporting the screen sector. It started with film, but ever since, like through the years, we have done more for TV, for animation, and video games, and we want to help. We are here, and the cool part about the International Business Development Strand is that it funds the things that the UK Games Fund can't fund. So, what exactly is the International Business Development Strand of the UK Global Screen Fund? It's a fund that can give you up to £200,000 to help you scale up your company. We don't invest in games. That's Colin, again, other bald guy in the room. And we don't invest in games. We invest in your businesses. I like to describe it as a scale-up fund. So while we cannot fund individual projects, we can fund anything from new hires through strategies, IP acquisition. Meher talked about trademarking. That's something that we can cover. We can cover things like marketing, localization, porting, anything to help you over 3 years. So again, you need to think long-term, and you need to tell us about your long-term 3-year strategy in this case. Everything that can help you increase your international sales, partnerships, reach, audiences, increase the amount of content that you create with international appeal, so that at the end of the 3 years, you will have made more money, more internationally attributable turnover, if you get the funding than if you didn't get the funding. And there's like a template that you can fill to talk about that. The funding, as I mentioned, is up to £200,000. That is grant funding. You don't need to give it back. Currently, the applications are open and are closing on the 28th of June. There's only one application round per year, so if you miss this, you've missed it for 2024. And in order to be eligible, you have, sorry, I just realized, you have to be you have to have had your company open for at least 2 years by the time applications close. So by the 28th of June, you must have started your 3rd year of operations. You must have led on developing or publishing, because this fund is also open to independent publishers, at least one game with narrative elements in it in the last 3 years. And the credit must be as a developer or publisher on the storefront. So unfortunately, this isn't for purely service companies. And if your company is older than 2 years, but younger than 4, you can also have a game that's been funded as a prototype that's meant to be released in the next 3 years. You must also have at least £35,000 minimum gross profit average over the past 2 financial years and the current one. The way that we look at that is your turnover for the past 2 financial years and the current one forecast, the total turnover, including money that you've gotten from other grants, from investors and so on, as well as services if your company also offers services, minus your cost of sale. So the money that you spent on freelancers, or your accountant knows what the cost of sale is. You can chat with them. I'm sure there's some in the room. But before salary, there you go, an accountant. Hello. But before your overhead, so before salaries, before rent, before paying for software and everything else. So again, if you have questions, there's accountants in the room. You can talk to them about that. If you're in doubt and you're like, I'm not sure, you can also send us the information and we can have a quick look, or we can send you the template to put in the information, and then there's a cell that spews out the number. And if it's higher than 35K, then congrats, you're eligible to apply. There's more eligibility criteria. These are the main ones that game companies talk about. Please go to our website. I usually do a 1-hour presentation that contains everything, including assessment. That's because we have a very long application guideline page. If you have any other questions about that, let me know. There's also, like, you can scan that QR code, which it works here. It did not work in Edinburgh. Or you can send us an email at ukglobalstreamfund@bfi.org.uk. I am here throughout the evening. Please come talk to me. I want to chat with more companies in Scotland who think they might be eligible either this year, next year, or the year afterwards. And then lastly, Screen UK. My slides were out of order, that's my fault. Screen UK is a website that gives you free PR. So we're paying for ads, and we have an audience that comes to this website, screenuk.org, in order to find out what's been releasing from the UK across film, TV, and video games. We also pay for ads in US, Canada, a bunch of other like English-speaking countries, as well as France. So if you have a game that's coming out over the next 1, 2, 3, up to 6 months, and you know the release month, it doesn't need to be the exact date, just a month, please let me know. I can put you in touch with the team, and we might be able to feature you. Now, all of these are, the reason why this is important is it's part of what the BFI does for games. Together with the tax relief, we are different teams, and also there will be more things. So please keep an eye on this space. We're here to listen. We want to figure out together with you how we can best work together. So yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Chris. Next up, we have Luke Knuckles, who is a level design director at Choke Point Creative.
Hello. So my talk's about level design and the journey from AAA to discovering what works for our indie studio. Very quick introduction. That's not going to be that quick. I'm a level designer, 20 years professionally. I've helped ship 13 games, worked on so many more that were cancelled. Quick show of hands, how many in the room can relate to that? Yep. Wow. Every single talk, it's a good number of hands that come up. Every game is beautiful. Those that are lost are beautiful. They last in your heart. I've been gradually pushed towards leadership management in the past few years, but I am super excited to have left AAA behind to build something new. Frankly, I was granted early parole. So this slide is very much grayed out on purpose because it's like, hey, this is what is how the sausage is made, right? So my first title, SpongeBob SquarePants Creature from the Krusty Krab, which is a beautiful Nintendo Wii launch title. I made a quarter of the levels there, which, hey, as a junior level designer, that's fucking awesome, you know? Next on this is Call of Duty, where, hey, making a very event-heavy level design, visually exciting experience, and Fabled Journey that, hey, it was in many ways my game development postgraduate study, where I learned so much, and I also learned so much that I had to unlearn in subsequent years. But ultimately, Division, where that is a huge game. So if I went into like details about what I produced in that, I could go on and on and on. But frankly, I've not even seen 20% of this game, and I worked on it for years. So, this is our level design slide. What is level design? Every level designer has heard this quote. It's often repeated. It's a level design talk, so would it really be a level design talk if I didn't have it? It's in so many books. But let's go back in time to kind of like understand what that means. When I was a teenager, the 90s were a wild time for level design. The industry had no shortage of big visible names. That's what teenage me thought. However, now I'm grown up and part of the games industry. I mean, back then, I wanted to be just like them. I wanted to be visible. I wanted to be known. Like, hey, I made this level. Super cool, right? But now I'm grown up and part of the games industry, I recognize that teenage me was a dumbass. Attention and glamour can be attractive to some, however, is ultimately unproductive, even useless in a field that thrives on cross-collaboration within a team. In short, leave your ego at the door. Brilliance is useless if measured based on the individual. Only the efforts of the group, the collective, have any real worth. There are no place for rock stars here. And that's definitely a line that hit hard in Edinburgh. I thought that's a bit risk. So back to 2024. What does making a game mean to us? We have a studio. We've got branded merch and everything. Like, how legit are we? Our team is comprised of some very experienced developers and some exciting, fresh talent ready to bring unique perspectives. Side quest. The overabundance of militarized language in our industry has felt weird to me. We didn't go to war, we touch keyboards for a living, and we point at whiteboards. Miro. Consider it performative theater if you'd like, but I feel so much better and relaxed having removed it from our collective vocabulary. We know the obvious ones: veteran, fire team, war room, but the list goes on. Mission, campaign, deployment, alpha beta testing, tactical, recon, battle plan, engagement, loadout, squad, objective, flanking, operations, ammunition, command center, assault, defense, frontline strategy, war room, victory conditions, reconnaissance, supply drop, briefing, debriefing, etc., etc. So what is our enter vision? Straight up, where do we start? The traditional division of work by discipline. This being the compartmentalization of creating the game into distinct disciplines: design, art, programming, audio. Do not forget to remember not to forget audio, and so forth, each focusing on its specialized area. While the other angle of this is the auteur. While the intent here can lead to highly cohesive and innovative games that bear the unmistakable mark of their creator, it goes against what we set out to achieve, which is shared ownership and leveraging our diverse perspectives, not stifling them. This theory is that it can lead to brilliance driven by that one individual. I don't buy that. So what is our vision? The rise of the feature team. This is not designed by committee, but rather bringing all the folks together who will touch a feature and working through the process together as a shared vision. This has to be what is meant by the quote that I began with regards to game development. The level design is where the rubber hits the road, because level design is applied game development. But the level designer is standing on the many shoulders of so many experts, working with everyone involved, bringing features to life together. Shared vision, shared goal. So feature seems like, hey, combat mechanics, environment interactions, or narrative elements. This entirely decentralized approach promotes agility and adaptability, allowing teams to rapidly iterate and respond to feedback. So we start with the FSO. So, yep, there aren't leaders, except for when there are, but this is a leader of a feature. They spec it out, they prototype it, they drive it through to production, and they take ownership of it through the entire journey. But hang on, Luke. Haven't you just described techniques in use by AAA today to manage the ballooning scopes of games already? Well, you see, we started from scratch. Remember, we don't use militarized language. So it's not a fire team, it's a feature team. Our thing is totally different. So you set out to rebuild game development processes with a greater degree of equity and ownership, and just ended up trial and erroring yourself back to where it's commonly done now already. Wow, job done. Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. So what have we learnt today? So thank you very much for watching my talk. So I started with saying hello, and hello is the saddest word in the English language, because it sets up saying goodbye. And this is the third of 3 days talks, and soon I will be going onto a train and going back to Newcastle, which, as Colin referred to it, down south. It has been an absolute privilege, and thank you everyone, not just here, but in every other city, for allowing me to be a guest. Really appreciated. Love you all.
Thank you very much to Luke. So next up we have Kirk Daly, who's a partner at Blackadders. Can I have a big round of applause, please?
Hello everyone, great to be here. Brilliant venue. I've been at the events across the week, and it's been great atmosphere in each of the cities, so great to see so many of you here today. I'm Kirk Daly, I'm a partner at Blackadders. We're a law firm who've been working in the games industry for a number of years. just very briefly, in terms of some of the work we've done over the years, as I said, been working in the game industry for a number of years. We've been lucky enough to be involved in some really exciting projects over that time, including the Minecraft development between 4J Studios and Mojang, various publishing agreements for a number of key console releases, and a couple of excellent exits for some of our clients as well. And we also really enjoy working with startups. We've got great relationships with a number of the universities, including Abertay and Dundee, and you really enjoy supporting the startups and scale-ups in the industry. So just to kick off, I thought I'm doing a talk on AI and the law as it relates to video games companies. Big topic, so just as a bit of fun, I thought I'd ask ChatGPT to depict the convergence of AI, video games, and the law. This is what I came up with. I genuinely just went with the first picture it came up with, and it touches on some of the legal challenges that AI presents. So you might notice that a lot of or I think every one of the lawyers depicted here seems to be male. One does look a bit like Chewbacca, but I'd like to, for legal reasons, like to just it's definitely not Chewbacca. Yeah, so it touches on that bias and discrimination that some of these AI systems can bring in. I did ask it to give another couple of goes, and this is what it came up with. A bit more vibrant, certainly, but still got the traditional lawyer briefcase, which you don't see so many of them in our office these days. But yeah. Okay, so where are we in terms of the global regulation of AI? So some of the major jurisdictions across the world have taken a different approach. So the UK has set out to be pro-innovation, but has run into one or two challenges on that front. So it attempted to create a code of conduct between the major AI providers and the creative industries, but those talks essentially broke down. So they're trying to come up with a voluntary scheme instead of legislating in the area, but that's not quite worked out. The challenges were just too great. The EU's taken a different approach that has sought to actually legislate, and in the last month or two has announced the new AI Act, which is the first major piece of legislation to try and govern AI. Pros and cons to that approach. I mean, it's a more interventionist approach, but we've seen in the past with the EU that they took the lead on, for example, data privacy and GDPR, and that ended up becoming essentially the global standard that a lot of other jurisdictions ended up replicating. So it'll be interesting to see if that approach, if the EU ends up being seen as the leader in this field. And the US, quite similar to the UK, has sought not to come up with a single piece of legislation to try and govern this, and it's taken a sector-by-sector approach, a bit more of a hands-off approach. So yeah, a long way to run on that front. And as well as legislation, there's been a number of major cases across the globe in the last 6 months or so. You're probably familiar with them to some degree. So the New York Times, just after Christmas, sued OpenAI and Microsoft in respect of copyright infringement. And similarly, Getty Images has sued Stability AI in respect of its Stability Diffusion AI model, where it alleges that Stability AI has essentially taken millions of Getty's images, put it into its training model, and it's through those prompts it's spitting out what they allege to be material that infringes Getty's copyright in the original images. So these cases are throwing up a number of novel legal challenges in relation to copyright and IP in respect of both the inputs into the models. Does feeding and training the models infringe copyright, and in respect of what comes out the other side, does that infringe copyright? So there's a lot of these cases are being looked at closely. It's thought that they will play a big part in how licensing models shape out across a number of industries, including video games, in the future. And what we've seen recently is some of the major providers are actually doing licensing deals with media organizations. So it'll be interesting to see if these cases end up settling. The Getty case is due to go to trial, but not until summer 2025. So it shows you how slow the legal system moves in what is obviously a very fast-paced technological environment. In terms of legal risk presented by utilizing AI in games, so IP is the subject of those cases. That's an obvious one. I touched on discrimination and bias in that initial image that I showed you. Data privacy, another key consideration, and not only data privacy, but confidential or sensitive information that your company has. If you feed it into one of these systems, you need to be clear about what regulations they have in place in order to safeguard that sensitive information. And user-generated content's an interesting one. So obviously a number of games now are allowing users to create content within the game, or bringing in an API where the user can ultimately create some sort of form of content. And those providers, those game developers, are going to have to think about the extent to which they put in place protections potentially to put limitations on what the players of the game's end users can create within the game. Because if they're using AI the risk exists already, but if they're using AI to develop that content, then the risk is essentially increased. So very fast moving, and a lot of questions still remain to be answered. And just very briefly, in terms of copyright, just to make the point that copyright is what they call a strict liability offence. So it's not a defence to say that you didn't intend to infringe, or you didn't have knowledge that something was going to infringe copyright. If you copy something, or you issue a copyright material to the public, in the role of a publisher, then that is copyright infringement. So case law. So what can you do to mitigate those risks as a studio or a publisher? Well, across all industries, and certainly in video games, you should be looking at training your staff. You should be looking at an AI use, so a workplace policy, covering off all the key risks so that your staff understand in terms of discrimination and data protection and IP, that there are a number of risks to potentially out there, and put in place a policy so that your staff are clear about what they can and cannot do. And in terms of the contractual relationships you have with a number of parties, so even thinking about third-party contractors and freelancers that you are engaging to produce artwork or sound, you as a studio will want to ensure that the contract is clear about whether the individual or the entity is using AI, and indemnifying you in respect of any issues that will flow from that. And you can rest assured when it comes to dealing with a publisher, for example, that they are going to be on top of this in terms of the protections that they seek. So a whole host of contracts are going to be we're already seeing in practice that specific provisions coming in respect of generative AI, and again, another developing area of legal practice in this area. And why is it all important to take those risk management steps? Well, wherever you are in your sort of journey, whether you're looking at a distribution arrangement or a publishing deal, or you're looking to bring investment from a third party, or you're at the point of selling and exiting, any of those contracts will incorporate warranties and indemnities in respect of all manner of things, but particularly focusing in on IP and the risks that the generative AI can certainly exacerbate the risks associated with copyright infringement. So a good example from last year, Steam, when generative AI kind of exploded, they initially took the stance that if there's Gen AI in your game, you're not allowed to put it on the platform. They have since rode back on that stance. In January this year, they changed their terms and conditions to say, just because there's Gen AI in the game, it doesn't mean you can't put it onto Steam, but you must be upfront about whether it has Gen AI in the game, and you're essentially undertaking, you're promising to them that there's no infringing or unlawful material within that. So essentially they're passing the risk back onto the studio in respect of any issues that do ultimately flow from that. Okay, so I started with an image, and I'll just end with an image. So I asked, I'm conscious that I'm a lawyer standing between everyone and food, so I said, ChatGPT, please depict a group of video games experts looking forward to some refreshments after an exhilarating legal talk on AI. And this is what it produced, first time. There you go. So I'll leave you to decide if that's an accurate depiction of the room, but yeah, just a bit of fun. But yeah, lots of road to run in terms of where the law goes from here, but I hope you found that interesting. Big topic to cover in 10 minutes, but thank you for listening, and see you soon. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah, so before we go on the break, just going to shout out a couple of more sponsors. I want to shout out Blaze and Griffin, Sorello Advisory, and Leveling Up. And for those that have paid for food, it should say on your lanyard food, or you'll have a ticket that says food. There's food up the back. If not, there's a McDonald's on Argyle Street. They also do food down the stairs. But we'll see you in approximately an hour. Cheers.
Hello. Should I do this first, Colin? Hi, everybody. I'm Garnet Lee, and I'm guilty of what Paul said. I have given that talk about how to write a pitch. And this is exactly the response to that, because having given that pitch, that talk a few times, I thought, well, everyone out here is creatives. You know how to make creative content. You don't need me putting a box around that. I think what you really want to know is, how does a scout at a publisher, which is all I am, it's not a universal answer, look at a pitch? And I started here saying, like, my God, it's full of stars. Anyone 2001 fans? So there's that moment when Bowman is like, wow. And this is what it's like for me every day, looking into the inbox, looking on Twitter, looking on Screenshot Wednesdays, because what you do inspires me. I love what I do. It is one of the greatest jobs I've ever had in my life. It's so rewarding to see all of the things you do. And what I want to help you with here is, there are so many stars in that space. I want you to be able to figure out the way to make them shine to me. What this isn't. This is not an assembly instruction, and it's because you don't need an assembly instruction, but also I want to talk to you about not making assembly instructions in your pitches, because as design teams, you're thinking all the time about what's going to go into my game. How many pieces are going to be here? And it's very easy to start falling into that game design doc and falling prey to, well, I want to show this scout that I know what I'm doing. I want to show them all the pieces. But we know from having built games before that what you're showing me today is not going to be there in 6 months or 18 months or 24 months. Things will change dramatically. So what I'm looking for is that proverbial forest more than the trees. So now imagine Bowman's gone into the obelisk and it's an empty room. You might put that right there, like for placement only, but that's really what's happening in my head. The moment I open your pitch is the first time I see anything. So my headspace is open. It's empty. It's a palette. I don't want you to show me how to build all the pieces of the IKEA room you're about to build me. I want you to show me the IKEA room, right? I want you to put me there on the couch. I've come home from work. I have a beer. Turn on the PS5, I want to play a game, all of those things. Help me build the mental image of what your game will be. And how do you do that? I think that that's an open question. In some cases, it might be key art. In another case, it might be just some concept art or a happy GIF or a moment in time or a snapshot. I would say what it isn't is a lot of words. In the pitch stage, what I really need to get at this early part as I'm getting drawn in, almost like the process for me is almost like what Paul was talking about. I need to get pulled in, and then I need to get retained. And as you'll see here in a minute, this is not going to be just all touchy-feely stuff, but the touchy-feely stuff at the beginning is building the buy-in for me to go further into it, right? Get me into your headspace, because I'm not going to know when we get into the nuts and bolts or the lamps and the couches why they matter unless you get me there. Now, there's one step in between, and that is then getting me a real emotional moment. So look at this picture. Like, even if you don't know anything about the movie, you're like, well, what's going on here? Like, look at the way he's looking at that dragon. Look at that dragon. Are we going to ride the dragon? I don't know. Where are we going to go? What adventures will we have? If you can land that, it gets me hungry. Then I want to see more, right? And here's where we're going to try to move over a little bit to talking about why it's important for a pitch. Because the other thing it shows me is that your team has an idea for where that real emotional hook is. What's my player really going to feel? What's going to get them? I mean, is it going to be, are they Atreyu? Are they Falcor? Is it some combination of the two? But it means that you're thinking in that space of, this is what's really going to land my player. So now you built the room. You've got me with the dragon. So, of course, now we have to go Princess Bride. I mean, if you do never ending story, you have to go Princess Bride, right? But think about what's happening here. Like, Kevin is completely paying attention, and it's really important. So now you have me, and you can lay out those important signposts in your game. But remember, I was saying to be careful about not falling into the trap of being too specific. Princess Bride is a very interesting narrative journey, because the way the story is told allows the fiction part to be all about the moment, all about the emotional experiences. And we come back to the storyteller in order to advance the story across the ultimate plot arc. That's what I would like you to do in your pitches. Be the storyteller and allow space for us when we come back to talk about this, because you've won the pitch, to fill in those blanks, because we'll fill in those blanks together. I mean, when we do our due diligence, we will talk about all of the specifics of how to make the game and what's going to go into it. But what I really want to know is, this could be, for example, one thing that's been very effective right now is showing me what's your daily loop, what's your weekly loop, and what's your monthly loop. Like, those are the mileposts, right? I don't need to know all the individual pieces, but having those beats in there really helps me understand how we're going to build a story that's going to keep using our great moment to build our giant room. So now we have to get down to some really important pieces, and these are the parts that I see sometimes. So if up front, the part that you're all really comfortable in, talking about all the design elements and all the pieces, you've given me lots and lots of detail. When we get to the parts that I need more detail, sometimes I don't find them. So one would be, introduce your cast. And what's important here is, I went through a couple of ideas for slides. I thought first about sports team, because the most important thing is to tell me the positional roles that you have filled. Because if I'm doing my job right, I'm already thinking about, what does a production team look like that can accomplish building this game? Do they need a full-time environmental artist? Do they need a full-time 2D pixel artist? And then I'm going to go and start looking at this and determining, have they planned out the right player personnel that they need to make this game? Do they understand what it's going to take to get there? Give me their roles and give me their strengths. I would caution you against going too much into making it a CV, because if you have someone who is very effective it comes out of school as a great VFX artist, but you put that they've just graduated school, I might be a little nervous about them just having graduated school. But if you show me or tell me about their great skills as a VFX artist, then I'm going to move right on from that. Because what's really important to me isn't whether they've worked on 2 or 3 games individually. It's together. Has your team been together, able to ship games, able to put together the pieces, and do you have the right pieces? So keep it very relevant and on point here. And then finally, the part that you really don't want to do, but you have to do it, charts and graphs. And so we call it charts and graphs. So what kind of charts and graphs do I want? So one of the things that I see in many pitches is we're going to be on Xbox, PlayStation, Switch. We're going to be $24.99 releasing in April of 2025. How the heck do you know that? It takes us weeks to figure that out with a brand team and a release team and figuring out launch windows and looking at production plans. We have no idea what your price point's going to be, what your platforms are going to be, and all of those elements. So make your production plan about numbered months. Here is how many months from the time that you sign me till we'll be finished. Likewise, in talking about your production plan for people, talk to me about what personnel you need in each phase. I don't need a actual, burn down chart of everything that's going to happen, but I need something more hefty than, well, we're going to work 24 months until we go to gold. It's not quite enough. I need to see phases. I need to, for instance, understand, where do you think you're going to be at alpha? When are you going to be in full production? When do you need more art resources? And when do we need to start thinking about hardening the build so that we can get ready for an eventual launch? So stick to the things that are in your control. The other things that I would say, at least for Raw Fury, we don't need is, don't worry about marketing budget. That's our business. Don't worry about localization, also a publisher role. Don't worry about QA, also a publisher role. We're going to provide all those things. What we need to understand is, hey, developer, for X amount of dollars, you can build this game. We bring that money in over that amount of time. Can we launch this game successfully together and make money? And so that's what I think you want to reach. Thanks very much. If you enjoyed it, there is all of this information on Raw Fury's website. As Paul, I think, said we're one of the places that has a bunch of stuff. We've got a sample budget. We've got a sample pitch deck. That's me on Twitter and on Discord. And please feel free to grab me for questions.
Right, cool. So this is my games industry networking talk, 10 tips in 10 minutes. It's just a quick intro into who I am and why I think you should listen to me right now. So I'm Derek, an executive assistant at Radical Forge. I've been there now officially for just over 2 years, but I've been in and out of the industry for the past 5. My role at Rad has me doing something completely different every day, but there's always a communication component to that, which makes me quite lucky, as that's what I'm most passionate about. Before moving into the game industry, though, I spent about 15 years working a mix of retail and customer service roles. And there was always a kind of customer-facing component there. So as you can imagine, spent a lot of time talking to people. So hopefully, over that past 5 years in the games industry and that time in retail and hospitality, I should have at least 10 tips I can share with you today, and at least one of them should be able to help. Sure, we can all remember our first ever game industry event that we went to. I'm going to let you know about mine. So I was in uni. It's my second year. As I'm walking across campus, Bruce, our CEO, he just grabs me and he goes, "What are you up to this week?" And I'm like, "I've got this hand in. I've got that deadline." He goes, "Cool. Have you got a passport?" I answered yes. And then 24 hours later, I was on a plane to Cologne to go to Gamescom, which was my first ever proper foray into the games industry. And from there, I was truly hooked. I absolutely loved it. And this speech was definitely came because of that. So I'm going to talk about what you can do before an event to prep yourself. So first of all, work out for yourself why you are going to this event. This will help you work out what information you should have ready. Are you looking for your first role in the games industry? You should have your portfolio ready to show. And it's great if you can get hold of a tablet. Don't worry, just crack your phone out. It's just as good. Are you pitching your next game? You want to make sure you got an exciting elevator pitch. I know a couple of guys have already expressed that already. And make sure you got all your documents kind of like ready there to go through if it's appropriate to do so. Are you looking for co-dev work? You should know the availability of the team and the kind of games that you want to work on. So, prep work. The more information you work out before your networking event, the easier it's going to be. It'll give you more time to focus on finding new connections. So try to organize to meet as many of your contacts before the meeting, before the actual industry event. Go for food, go for drinks, go do an office visit. This is, if you're lucky, you're going to turn up to the event and 90% of your job's already done. Rolodex check. Building on from tip 2, prep work, check your Rolodex of contacts before heading to an event. Have a look, check to see if any of the companies your contacts have worked for, see if they've released a game, if they've won any awards, if they've had any of their staff members have done a talk. These are all awesome starting points for a conversation with that person. And if you're lucky enough to know who's going to an event, you've done some research there, it's even better to do that for contacts you've not even met yet. So number 4, find a mentor. This one for me has been the most helpful by miles. Find someone who's willing to be your mentor is indispensable. This is just important for those of us with the biz dev component as our role, as it is a CEO, an artist, or a designer. I would not be here today without that guidance and, more importantly, the support I've been given for that. They've introduced me to their networks, they've supported me, and they've offered a safe space to talk both during events and afterwards as well. Cool, so now you're at the event. Use networking events to set up meetings at a later date. If you're pitching a game with a playable demo or a pitch deck, you will find that a lot of networking events are not the best place to crack out your big gaming ready laptop and start playing a build. Also as well, if you've traveled quite far, we've got guys down here from Scotland and all the way from London, you don't want to be lugging that kit around with you everywhere. Also, always have your elevator pitch ready to run there and then, but it's always good to crack open your calendar and get a call set up to show whoever you're talking to everything you've just got them excited about. 6, don't start a conversation with work-related info. launching straight into your pitch, regardless of if that pitch is for yourself or a product you're promoting, that's always going to turn someone off. If you're struggling to start with the basics, we're all human. Start with, how are you doing? Did you have to travel far to get here? My favorite, have you been to this event before? This will let you know what headspace the person is in that you're talking to, and asking someone if they've been to an event before will normally prompt them to talk about themselves a bit and give you an idea of who you're actually talking to. You can also start or continue a conversation with games-related topics. As most people here, I can imagine, we enjoy talking about games. You can pick topics up from IGN, Kotaku, Polygon, GameIndustry.biz. Picked up just a couple of examples beforehand while I was having a cheeky Nando's with Ryan before this. Like, have you seen the new Apple Vision Pro goggles then? I wonder if they've got Doom 1993 to run on them yet. Have you had time to play Tears of the Kingdom yet? And if so, what's the most ridiculous thing that you've built yet? I know what we're all thinking, let's not mention it. 7, ask the person you're talking to all of the questions you want them to ask you. People love talking about themselves, so it's a really good way to warm someone up to talk about work. People will also mirror the energy you give off at the start of a conversation. So if you go in open, relaxed, and you're asking who they are, what they do, why they're here, you're more likely to get that interest back. And then you can start asking the questions that you want them to then reciprocate back to you afterwards. 8, share the love. Don't be a connection hoarder. If you're working for a VR-heavy studio, let's say does a lot of tech artwork, and you end up talking to a studio that does 2D pixel art roguelikes, and keep that in mind while you're at the event. You may talk to a publisher later on that's looking for exactly that. Connect them up. Both of those contacts now will remember you forever, and you never know who they're going to talk to you about. 9, don't drink too much. The free bar is not an excuse to get tanked. This tip sounds really obvious, but it's common for there to be a free bar in the games industry, and we have a lot of people that this will be their first experience with one. So on that note, if you see someone and they're struggling a bit, remind them to grab a glass of water between drinks. It's going to make a huge difference to their night. Bonus tip, if you're organizing any meetings for an event the next day, especially those multi-day ones, don't put them in for 9 a.m. the next day. It's going to be rough. And last but not least, talk to students and people who are new to the industry. It's time to give back. Being a director, part of the C-suite, any form of management is incredibly taxing. You've probably done a day's work before you get to the event anyway. But it's still important to take that time out, listen to those who don't have that experience or foothold yet, and not brush them off. They will be the ones running the industry next, and you never know whose career you're going to make or break by doing that. All right, that's me. Thank you very much for listening. I really appreciate that. If you'd like me to go into more detail into any of those tips, or you want to ask and see if there's anything I've not mentioned now, feel free to give me a shout or give me a message on LinkedIn. All right, thank you for your time, everyone.
So we're Pocket Sized Hands, formed 6.5 years ago. Some of the cool stuff that we've been working on, working with Adult Swim on Pocket Mortys. We've done multiple projects now with Ripstone. And one of the coolest things that we worked on recently is Oddworld Soulstorm, helping them out with their port to PC and Xbox. And that all set us up to work on Clive and Wrench. And to tell you a little bit about this game, it's been in development for 11 years. It started off ages ago with one person working on it. This is the brainchild of one man. It's a solo project, and the work that he's done on it has been absolutely fantastic, getting it from where it was 11 years ago to where it is now, to a game that's, you know, almost ready for release, or it has released, but at the time almost ready for release. So like I said, it's been in development for 11 years, primarily one person working on it. I think like a few contractors at most, around 15 throughout the course of 11 years. It was in Unity 4. I didn't even know Unity 4 existed. When we first did our cold port on the project, we had like an average of 8 frames per second. I know that's not the best way of measuring optimization, but it's just an indication of where this project was. And there was no source control. An 11-year game, and we were handled a Google Drive link, you know? So how hard could that all be? But as a bit of a knowledge share, just want to talk a little about what some of our best practices that we've found. And that is, you know, our pipeline. And that starts off with just getting access to the project. Straight away, we do a cold port. That helps us try and analyze the project and get a real sense of where it is and where it is in the porting process. And then we do our internal investigations. So we do like a real deep dive into the code, a real scrutiny on it, try and figure out look at what engines are being used, what plugins are being used, how all the systems work, and just try and get that understanding so that we don't have any surprises when we go to actually do the hard work. And I will say, most important at like every stage of this, but this is definitely one of the most important bits, is our internal review. Looking at the project from a business aspect, you know, does it hit some of our strategic goals? Is it something that we have the capacity to do? And is it something that we have the technical capacity to do? Once we do that, you know, we only give ourselves around 2 weeks to do like investigations into a port. So there's going to be, with 2 weeks, there's going to be a lot of unknowns that you might not be able to touch on. So just looking at building out a risk register to try and help yourself mitigate some of those unknowns. So when it comes to doing it again, there's no surprises. We send across all our findings in an external investigations document to the client. You know, we sign contracts, and then woo, we do the easy work, right? How hard could it all be? So anyone that's done porting before, this is probably all going to be common sense. So I'm just going to run through it really quickly. You know, looking at some of the core challenges, especially in Clive and Wrench, was performance. You know, this is a game that's been in development for 11 years with no real sense of optimization or what the final platform was going to look like. We had to look at upgrading legacy systems, a lot of old legacy code, especially like, you know, things that were using the old particle shaders in particle systems in Unity that we all had to come together and solve. There was no asset management in the project, and there's no documentation. Generally, when you get a port, you might find that you're in a position where you don't actually have anything to go off of, and you just have to figure it all out yourself, which gives you a real challenge in trying to figure out how those systems are all designed. And when we took on the project, one of the biggest risks that we had was, you know, we didn't understand. One of the risks was we didn't think we could, pardon me, I'm skipping my words. We didn't know if 60 FPS was possible based on the project. So we agreed with the publisher straight up, and we said to them, look, we'll agree on 30 FPS as a target frame. And that was accepted. So some specific things to look out for when you're doing ports in terms of project art assets, you know, thinking about too many materials, too many polys, too many objects in a scene, draw distance could be too high, too many dynamic lights, expensive shaders. When it comes to the engine side of things, you know, in this project specifically, there was a lot of expensive operations like GameObject.find. That was happening every tick. There was no caching of those objects as well. There was no pooling of objects. There was lots of physics on literally everything within the game. Store assets that were built in that caused specific issues as well. And because it had been developed over the course of 11 years, there was a lot of complex coupled code between every single system. You know, code was triggering animations was going back and triggering into different parts of the code. Trying to get an understanding of that was a real challenge. And there was a lack of prefabs. Some scenes would have prefabs, some scenes would haven't prefabs. And yeah, it was fun. And so we had this huge task ahead of us. And while our code and our art team just dived straight into the task of optimization, we got our QA on board to help out and figure out what the actual problems were. And again, one of the most important things is, if you can, get a detailed QA report at the start of the project before you jump into it, because when you finally get your QA onto the project, you'll realize that those bug lists just keep growing and growing and growing. When we did our first QA pass, before we even started working the port, we realized that there was over 700 priority 1 blockers that we needed to get fixed just to get the game to gold. So our role developed more into a co-development role. So not only were we just helping to get the game onto consoles, we were helping the original developer to get the game over the line. We looked at things like, things that can help us, just making sure you've got those platform-specific enablers in place. So things are only going to be working on PlayStation when they don't have to work on Switch. Easy wins like reducing the draw distance. We did that ad hoc artwork where possible, and combining meshes where possible as well, which caused a memory leak that we tried to fix. And it took us a week to find out what the actual issue was. Which again is like, there's so many slides in here that could be talks by themselves, and that is a fun talk by itself, but not a fun talk thinking about. It had no asset management, so we had to implement addressables. One thing that we find when we get ports in is that a lot of, especially indie devs, a lot of them will have LODs in place, but not many people think about shader LODs. So it's an easy win to think about that. Switching your lighting pipeline, switching your rendering pipeline from deferred to forward, and then reducing the physics time step, and as well just refactoring the code where you can as well. Some of these are easy wins, some of them are a little bit more difficult. But there's lots of places that you have to compromise and that you have to realize that might be a specific challenge. So one in this game was that the physics layers and the setup was undocumented and completely complex. And looking back at that picture, I don't know if you can see it. I still don't know what half of it does, but it's just trying to figure out what bits are okay to leave alone. We couldn't fix all the assets and models, especially in the time frame that we had. There was just so much of it, as considering this game had been in development for so long. And we couldn't refactor a lot of the game logic, specifically because a lot of the close integration with Unity. So it was just trying to compromise on what should we be focusing our quick wins and fixes on. And then again, there was no prefab setup in the game. So yeah. So going back to this 30 FPS issues, when we did our investigations, this was one of the big unknowns. And we had this agreement that 30 FPS was going to be the target. And one of the big things that the developer was really interested in was keeping the original visual style. And that looked at some of the post-processing that they had in place, and they had some of the shaders that they had in place, especially the fur shader that they had on the character was like a real big special thing to them. But of course, Twitter is fun. And when it was announced on Twitter that the game was going to be 30 FPS in the PlayStation 5, they had a lot of fun. And there's some of these here, especially the red flags one is probably my favorite, but there's a few more and they could be a bit hurtful. So we went back to the publisher and we looked at, okay, right, how can we actually get this to hit 60 FPS? And this was like a month before it was meant to launch as well. So this was fun. So can anyone guess what we did? We turned off the fur shader. And you can't tell from the far away picture, but you can see it a little bit better close up. And bingo, it was done. It wasn't the main thing that we had to fix, but it was definitely one of those big technical challenges. And it comes back to that whole compromise that you have to have with the developer and trying to figure out what's important for them versus what's important for the game as well. So really quickly, reflections and some takeaways. I know that was all really quick. Identify the bottlenecks really early and find out what those quick wins are. Make some difficult decisions and compromises with the developer. Don't add any more technical debt, especially to a project that's 11 years old. It's going to get worse if you start making it worse. And I think one of the most important things, again, the last most important thing, is to manage performance and quality at each step. If you think of the end user experience and what the player is actually going to be doing, that'll help you get through TRCs a lot quicker as well. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here again. We were in Scotland for GTL last year, and it's actually really nice to be in my hometown. I'm from Newcastle, from Cullercoats, actually, and it's also really nice to see like loads of familiar people, lots of people who I've worked with before. So it's really special to be here, and yeah, I'm glad we can share this with you. So you're absolutely right. We work on the collective team in Square Enix, which is Square's indie publishing label. What that means is we work with small independent teams all around the world who are developing their own IP, and our goal is to invest in them to bring their games to life. We work with teams big and small, like Future Lab, the developers of Power Wash Simulator, as well as small teams where we hope to aid and develop future talent. So these are a couple of our titles, and Little Goody Two Shoes is our next release. So please buy that when it comes out because it's very special and very cool. But what else have we done? Lots of other stuff. You can probably find it in the back catalog. So today I am not going to be talking about how it pitched to us. And I'm also not going to be talking about how to do a pitch, things publishers want to see, or what Square Enix is trying to publish right now, because as everyone has mentioned, there is so much information about this online right now. I don't need to tell you this. You already know it, and you're already probably doing a really great job of it. Oh, the text on here is so small. So what am I here to talk to you about today? Well, what happens when you do get signed? What do you need to know? What is a publisher going to expect from you? And what are you going to have prepared in order to make the most of that relationship in the time that you have? So what will a publisher ask for from you? So this will, of course, vary from publisher to publisher, and this is just my personal perspective about what Collective do. The type of things that we will ask for are like a due diligence package. So this is sort of an umbrella term that I'm using to describe a whole host of documentation. This includes, but isn't limited to, like an organizational chart, a resource plan, sort of your hires and who you need to hire to make the game, development roadmap and development schedule, which are two different things. Don't ask me to go into the details of that now. Stuff like a risk log, finance plan, technical and game design documents. And yes, we do read the game design documents actually, so they are a really good thing to include. Other boring stuff includes any info that you have on third-party material you have in your game, third-party like apps or content, stuff that you get off the Unity or Unreal store. Really good to know what that stuff is, because when the lawyers come, and they always do when you're getting published, they need to know, like, you know, how to represent you the best they can. So that's a really good thing to look out for too. Mentioning legal as well, always have legal representation. If you are getting signed, you need to have someone to look out for your best interests. Your publisher is looking out for their best interest, and you as a team need to have someone in your corner to fight when the big legal documents come. When the development agreement comes, it's going to be like 1 million pages long. Have someone with legal eyes to look over it. Get your company registered, get business insurance, set up a business bank account. All of these things you probably already have done, but it's good to mention it again. So once you are signed and you have sent all of these things over to a publisher, the fun doesn't end there, because there is so many more boring documents to fill out, and there are so many more really boring things that a publisher is going to ask you for throughout the whole of development. So these are things that are not related to making the game, but these are things you do need to do in order to make the game, especially with a publisher. So try to keep it in mind. Things include making time to join calls, discuss deliveries, project updates, plans, and setting expectations between yourself and the publisher and any other stakeholder. These are not technically about making the game. These are not adding art, adding tech, things like that. But if you don't do this, then you're probably going to be screwed a little bit later on. Also, someone is going to have to prepare milestone deliverables, documentation to go with it, and the actual time it takes to get that to your publisher. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get paid if you're not delivering your milestones. Other things include keeping live documents up to date. So that TDD, that GDD, risk assessments, things like that. Someone's going to need to be held accountable for that. And these are things that change during the course of development. So you need to have someone's time assigned to that. Also, who is helping to create and understand what your delivery process is going to be, whether that is to the publisher for milestones or whether that is to QA. And if you have your own internal QA, You'll probably also have to deal with the publisher's QA if you're releasing under their label. Have you got a schedule for that? And do your team know exactly how they want to receive those deliverables? Additionally, how is it that you're communicating with your publisher? Do you have an established list of platforms and processes that you're communicating them through so nothing can get lost and nobody's time is going to get wasted? How are you localizing your game? Is your game going to be released in more languages than English? And who is managing the change process for that and the QA process for that? Also, the lawyers will come back. So you need someone's time to set aside to talk to those lawyers because with a publisher, especially with us, the legal team will have questions and it's better to just have someone in the loop to answer that. Another thing is, how much feedback are you expecting from your publisher and how much of that do you actually want to incorporate into your game? Every team wants different levels of that. Some want more, some want less, some want to be left alone. So it's really good to set that expectation early on so both parties are aware of exactly what their responsibilities for. Now, I've talked about a lot of stuff here, right? And if this seems like an awful lot of work, like it could be someone's full-time job, you are right. Actually, this could be someone's full-time job, and it probably is. You could hire a producer. This person will probably take care of all of this stuff for you so you can continue to develop the game. They will help you manage your capacity. They will help you manage all of these things. And like, I'm pretty sure if you hire a producer, it will solve all of your problems. So you should probably do that. Don't take my word for it though. So, marketing stuff. I should have said it. I am a producer. I have nothing to do with the previous thing I just said. I just happen to also be a producer as well. But in order for your publisher to do the best possible job marketing your game, they will need your time and input involving marketing and strategy. So you should set some time aside to anticipate joining strategy calls with your publisher and their marketing team. They'll need to liaise with you in order for you to deliver them key assets, or maybe, depending on what your relationship with them is, produce new assets to support the marketing effort. If you are not sure, you can work with your publisher upfront to decide how much time you can give them so they can make plans around this. Do you want to build a community around your game? And do you have a community manager internally, or are you looking to hire one? And who is responsible for maintaining and growing that community? And who has time to tweet about the game? How much your support your publisher is able to offer you will be a conversation between you and them. So understand this early. They might not have an internal person who is responsible for all this stuff, and they might be counting on you guys to manage your brand and to be really keyed in on what it is that you want the audience and the players to feel about it. So establish this early on, and then you'll be able to set up the strategy just right. Events as well. So you want to consider who on your team is best placed to attend events, and is it appropriate for that person to take away time from development? Also, who's prepping the content required for shows? Is a special build required? Will that build come at the same time when a version of the title is going through some QA? Is it totally broken? You need to figure this stuff out. Who is going to do that? What assets do they need? And do they have experience running a stand, or is the publisher going to handle that? Questions that probably need answers. And also, like, how involved do you want to be in deciding what direction the marketing will take and what the brand for your game will be? As an indie studio, you probably have a really strong opinion of that, and you are absolutely best placed to communicate that. It's your game and your IP after all. You need to establish this with your publisher early on, so everyone is on exactly the same page with what to expect. And in terms of key takeaways from all of the stuff that I've just blurbed out here, what I would like you guys to remember is to keep time aside for non-game development related work that is needed to ship the game. A good publisher will always want to work with you, so make time for them, keep in touch, and keep them updated. Make sure comms lines are clear and you know how to reach your publisher and who will be able to help you with queries and problems in a pinch. And lastly, but most importantly, ask for the budget to hire a producer, and nothing will ever go wrong, ever. It will all be fine. That will solve all your problems. Yeah, thank you so much for listening. That's all I have to say. Feel free to come chat to myself or Katie. She's the game scout, so if you've got anything to pitch to her. But yeah, other than that, thanks very much.
Guys, that is a 2-minute warning until we're back. 2 minutes, and then we will be getting back to action. Cheers. If your friend hasn't been shushed, please shush your friend. Shh. There we go. Right, guys, we're about to start in the next block of the evening. Give everybody a wee second. Thank you. There we go. So we're going to start off this next block showing a video from Save the Children that we're raising funds for tonight. So we're just going to show that and give everybody a chance to watch that. and next we're going to have Colin come up and chat a little bit more about the prizes that you can win in the raffle.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, as that video and the earlier video we saw show, there's people desperately need help at the moment. So this raffle is already raised a ton of money for this great cause. We're going to do the raffle at the end of the night if you weren't here earlier on, and I just wanted to rattle through the prizes again. The way it works is if you are able to make a donation at the Just Giving page through that QR code, for every £5 you're able to donate, that gets you one raffle in the draw. So the more you donate, the more prizes you can win. This is our final raffle of the week. We've been doing this all week. So this is all our prizes left that we have going out. So the prizes, I'll not bring up the slides, but just to rattle through the prizes. From Head Up Games, we've got a bundle of Tinkertown and Dr. Fetus Mean Meat Machine. From Wired Productions, who are here. Where's Kevin? Kevin's over there, thank you. From Wired Productions, we've got a bundle of Tin Hearts and The Last Worker. From Creative Assembly, we've got a couple of copies of Total War 3 Warhammer. From Hooded Horse Games, we've got a bundle of Against the Storm, Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla. And Hooded Horse have also given us another bundle of Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla. No More Robots have given us 2 bundles of Soccer Story and Let's Build a Zoo. They've also given us 2 bundles of Not Tonight 1 and 2 and Tombstar. They've also given us another 2 bundles of Family Man, Spirit Tea, Fashion Police Squad and Nowhere Profit. And I've lost my place on my list. There's too many prizes. They've also given us a bundle of Hypnospace, Outlaw, Slayers, Yes Your Grace and Descenders. And then P-Cube have given us a bundle of 5 PlayStation 4 games. We'll do that as one lot of the 5 games. Yogscast Games have given us a bundle of 4 games. We'll do this as one prize of PlayTup on Xbox because it's multiplayer, so you get to play with 3 of your friends. Focus Interactive have given us 2 bundles of Banishers, Expeditions and Atlas Fallen. War Dog Studios have given us 1 copy of Modern Warfare 3. PT Turf have given us 2 copies of The Engineer, and Nacon, the accessories manufacturer, have given us a Rig 300 Pro HX, which I'm assured is a very high-end headset that everyone loves, as well as a Pro Compact Xbox controller. I've not totaled up the value of all the prizes, but over the course of this week, it's thousands. These publishers have been very generous, giving us some amazing prizes because we're raising money for people that need it. So if you're able to donate, if you've donated already and want to get more chances to win your raffle, go to that QR code. We will take the tickets as of about 9 o'clock or something like that, and we'll convert all the donations into raffle tickets. So anything you can donate before 9 o'clock will go into the raffle. Please leave your name. It's really frustrating to draw the anonymous wins such and such a prize, so make sure you leave your name and we can get your prizes to you. Thank you so much.
So continuing with the talks, next up we have Tanya Kapoor, the CEO of the Hub 175. Big round of applause. Yeah, Tanya, here we go.
Hello, so I'm Tanya and I am the CEO of the Hub 175. So this talk will be about building a strong team, and these are lessons that I have learned from a series of fuck-ups. So who am I? I am the CEO and founder of the Hub 175 and Mad Hatter Solutions, wearer of many hats, and maker of many mistakes, because that's how you learn. So these are some baseline rules that I have for my team, so it kind of sets the stage for the talk. Communicate. Honesty without consequence. Accountability. Trust. And I'll let you in on a secret. It's okay to make mistakes. So, in terms of teamwork, as kids, when we grow up in primary school, high school, university, a a lot of the time we're forced to work in teams. And sometimes those experiences aren't entirely pleasurable, per se. I don't know what the kind of smattering is here, but there's always that one kid who's like, I'm just not going to do anything. And then everyone else has to make up for it. Or there's that one kid who just gets shafted, and then they have to do all the work for everyone and just somehow pull it together, and it's this whole element of like wrangling people together. So hands up if anyone has experienced this, even in high school, university, or even in professional life. Go for it. So most people, right? That means that as we grow up, we kind of have a negative image in our heads of the word teamwork. It's like, ooh. So university students, I did a guest lecture at university, and I asked them, hey, what's your attitude? Like, if you had the choice, would you rather do a solo project or teamwork? Unanimously, they said solo project. And I was like, well, that's not how life works, but okay. So, funnily enough, I'm about to address, more so this talk will be about talking about individuality within teams and the psychology of it all. So, there is an I in team. Every person is unique, like literally, like biologically, unless you're a twin. So, in that case, maybe not quite, but almost. Even then, there are case studies in psychology where siblings, even twins, have different experiences growing up. They experience the same world, the same home environment, but they have different experiences off that while growing up. So what makes us who we are? Well, that is a mix of nature and nurture. So nurture coming in how we grow up and our environments. So, for example, when you have an artist, you might have a senior artist, environment artist, and you might have another artist also. They have the same roles, they have the same tasks, but do they necessarily think the same? This is a quick experiment. I'm going to say a word, and I just want you to have a picture in your mind. Giraffe. Who's thinking of, like, exactly the same thing? Probably not anyone in this room, because in my mind, at least, I'm thinking of a cartoon giraffe. I don't know how many people were thinking of a cartoon giraffe. Anyone? 2 people. Okay, so everyone else was thinking of a different giraffe, which just proves that we all think of things in different ways. Even a word has different meanings to different people. So every person being unique then has individual motivators, and that drives performance. So understanding these motivators takes time and effort. So the important part is getting to know your team, because then you understand how they work, why they work. And that's what the people-first approach is about. It doesn't mean not caring about the outcomes. It doesn't mean putting the team above everything else in business. I mean, we don't like that, you know, just a bit of money and a bit of fun, and we enjoy our jobs, but outcomes and goals and timelines, they are necessary at the same time. So it's about finding that balance. So in terms of that balance, it's business versus people, right? The big corporates against the little people. Or is it? Because when you think about that, a lot of the time we see companies as entities, these big things, Goliath. However, at the same time, companies are made up of people. And that's what the people-first approach is about. It's about being able to bring together a team and being able to streamline things so that people are able to work together, because a company is nothing without the people inside it. So in that sense, it's about how can those two things mesh together and work together? Because different situations will have different priorities. So who here has ever been through a crunch? About half the room. So in terms of going through a crunch, that's a moment where at times, sometimes that outcome, something will have happened, something will maybe go wrong, maybe there's not enough slack, maybe someone made a mistake, or maybe they didn't make a mistake, but something just didn't quite line up. And it's about bringing a team together to be able to achieve that outcome. Is it hard? Yes. Is it nice for the team? No. Has my team been through a crunch? Yes. Have I definitely been through a crunch? Hell yes. Is it fun? No. But team relax. They can have like weeks off, they can chill out, they can do whatever they want, and I take them out. I let them have that moment to just have fun. We play games together, we chill out together. So it's about being able to balance and find that balance. And sometimes some teams actually work better on a crunch. I know I work better with urgency and importance as a motivator. So it's about figuring out who works and how they work. And the culture and values of a company and of individuals and leaders play a really large part here. So my biggest rules, at least, are communicate and honesty. And those are also my biggest values. So values are important, not just in terms of having company values, the thing that you put on the wall, but also in terms of leadership, in terms of teams, and letting those values be known, because your values dictate your priorities. And within that, if different people have different priorities, different values, different motivators, and those things aren't aligned, then are people going to work together cohesively towards the same goal? So it's about being able to discuss that and create values that people agree with as a group, as a collective, rules, communication, and how to work, something that everyone can come together on. So shared values foster trust and collaboration and a higher level of productivity. And therein, business and people meet. So also there is an element of fairness, not sameness. In the sense of, we've all heard of like DEI, diversity, equality, and inclusion. Now, highlighting the equality moment for a second, it's about more so equity. In that, yes, like I said earlier, might have same artists, or sorry, not the same artist, but different artists, same tasks. Those people might have the same task, but they have different ways of working, different ways of thinking, and that's why you hire them, right? That's why different people are on a team, to add their different perspectives. That collective perspective then creates the outcome. So within that, it might not always be possible to accommodate. I have ADHD. So in that, you then have different people who work in different ways. I work better on urgency and importance. I work better staying up all night, and hell, actually, I prefer night hours. Like, I really don't like being woken up in the morning, even to take the coach to come here in the morning. But so for some things, I will drag myself out of bed because I'd like to get here without having to schlep here by myself. But at the same time, for the most part, I tend to have later hours. My team also prefers to work at night, so that's what we do. But it's not always possible to accommodate that. So it's about working together and meeting in the middle and communicating to find that happy place. So we have different motivators. It was a really quick run through. We have intrinsic motivators and extrinsic motivators. In terms of internally, hey, I like doing this. This is fun for me, and here's money. And we also have then positive and negative reinforcement. So that's something that we grow up learning and understanding as positive reinforcement, pat on the back, you did really well. Negative reinforcement, naughty. So in that sense, those things all have roles to play because individuals respond differently and function differently when it comes to reinforcement. Some people may work better on, for example, praise, and hey, you did really well, and that'll push them and motivate them to go further. Some people, like me, will work better on criticism. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I did the thing, but like, what can I do next? How can I get better? I need to know what I did wrong. That's how I function. So it's all part of how to communicate with each other, how to think about things, and how to work together, because understanding each other's motivators brings us understanding of each other as people. So within that, actually, friction is really normal. Until we understand our values, our motivators, how someone communicates, because different words mean different things to people. Like what we did with giraffe, it meant different things to different people. So within that, we have preferred methods of working, hours of working. Until all of that and everyone is on the same page with that, friction is normal, and that's okay. It's okay to disagree with people. Hence, communication without consequence. So a strong team, we all have strengths and weaknesses. A A strong team is where everyone is able to play to their strengths and compensate for each other's weaknesses. Getting to know each other, sometimes you'll find out people have strengths that you didn't necessarily realize from their CV. I know someone who is an environment artist. The project lead didn't know until I kind of delved into that person a little bit further and tried to get to know them, that actually that person is also a really good level designer and world builder. So it's about getting to know each other better so you can actually work with each other's strengths and compensate for each other's weaknesses. And that is how you build a strong team, because we're all individuals working together. So I will leave you with a beautiful quote there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Reese Wright, who's a senior producer at Devolver Digital. Let's go, you're coming up, you know the script. Co-founder of SavePoint Industry Gathering, supporting the underrepresented, which is why SavePoint exists. Thank you.
Hello, Glasgow. I'm really glad to be here on my home turf. It's lovely to see so many people out tonight as well. Thank you all for being here. I know a few people here already, and you know who I am. I'm a senior producer for Devolver Digital, but I'm also co-founder of SavePoint Industry Gathering. If you've not heard of SavePoint at all, we are a professional networking community for people of underrepresented genders who work in the video games industry. And I'm going to go through a little bit about how we came to be, why we came to be, and what the industry, why we need to be in the industry. So, to get started off here, I'm going to talk about if this will work. Doesn't seem to want to flick forward. It's my dance time. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. All right. So, SavePoint originally started back in very early 2020 when I used to live in London before I moved back up to Glasgow. And the idea behind it was we were going to run this in-person event every month going forward in London for the local community down there. Now, if you look at that date, and if you know much about what happened in 2020, you can see the problem right there, can't you? We had our inaugural, and for a while, our only in-person event, which then very quickly had to pivot to being online. We started a Discord community. We started running monthly meetings for our community to come and pop into. And it was really nice, but we were very much focused on the UK because that was what we knew. But the realization came very quickly because we had people wanting to join from all over that we could go much bigger with this. Like there's a lot of need for these kinds of communities all around the world. So we found another group that were doing something very similar that were based in the US. Now, a few of you may have heard of a group called Games Industry Gathering, which through the pandemic started doing basically like sort of fun speed networking meetings for games industry people. And they had a wee offshoot called Key Creators, who were basically doing the same thing as us, but couldn't do a lot of hours because they were only based in the US. So we joined together and became this big international community serving hundreds of members. We've actually just gone over 900, so this is a little bit out of date. And we're now back to running in-person meetups again. This was taken at GDC. We do meetups in London. We do meetups in Cologne for Gamescom. And our next one's coming up very soon, Develop in Brighton. So if you're heading down there and you might be open for membership, then do let us know, because they're always really good fun. But of course, we're still doing our online stuff as well for anyone who has a little bit less accessibility to be able to go to in-person events. So SavePoint, why do we start it? The main thing for me was, I'm non-binary, my pronouns are they, them, and I found a lot of the kind of meetups that were happening were very much focused on women and femme-presenting people, which is fine, and that's definitely a group that is good to be serving, but it felt a little exclusionary for anyone who didn't identify as a woman or as a woman light, as a lot of the time you see with these sort of women and non-binary people. Anyone who is mass presenting or trans men were excluded from that, and we wanted to make sure that they felt that they were part of the community as well. We also wanted to try and bring people together. Something that you may not understand if you're not in an underrepresented group yourself is how difficult it can be to find people that you can build a community with who understand the problems that you're facing, who is being able to have that peer group and not feel like the odd one out in the room is such a powerful experience, and we wanted to be able to bring that to people's lives. The other big thing for us too is that there are a lot of really good things that are being done to improve diversity coming into the industry. A lot of schools are doing a lot to be able to widen that funnel of people coming in and showing that games are for everyone, so please come and join us. But there also still needs to be that work that's done at the top of the funnel to keep people in the games industry. Now, the stats of how long a game industry career is are honestly atrocious. The average career is 5 years. 5 years? That's nothing. I'm 18 years in games now, so I've bucked that trend a little bit, but I do understand how difficult it is. And I wanted to be able to give people support and a place that they can feel that they are understood. So if they do start facing problems, there are people there who can help them, and there's a safety net to help them move forward. I'm going to get into a little bit about what the diversity landscape of the games industry does look like. I'm going to talk a little about the 2022 games industry survey that was done by UK. So this is UK specifically. As obviously as a couple of years ago, they should be doing another one this year, and I do highly recommend that anyone in this room, if you get the, do fill this out, because it's really interesting, very useful for everyone to know what the landscape is within the UK. This stat right here, 67% male, 30% female, 3% non-binary. Now, generally, the level of women and men should be, in the general population, about the same. So that's a very off-balance mark right there. And especially considering that 50% of gamers are women. So why are not 50% of the games industry representing that? The 3% non-binary, I think, is amazing as well, because the actual general population working average of people who are non-binary is much, much smaller than that. We're also 4% trans as well, which I think says a lot about the fact that there's these support systems in place here that allow people to be more about themselves. But we still have a lot of work to do to support women. Getting into other minorities within the games industry, 11% Black, Asian, or other minority ethnic populations is not much lower than the working population, but it still needs a bit of improvement. But the place where it really needs improvement is in senior positions, because at the moment it's still very homogenous at the top. So it would be nice to see that being addressed. This is also a big thing that I think is being addressed a lot this year, is the economic disparity within the games industry. It tends to be people who are coming from very privileged backgrounds, and we need more of those working class voices in games to be able to create these authentic experiences. This, though, is not all doom and gloom. I love this. 24% of the British games industry self-reported as LGBTQ+. Y'all, we're very queer. Now, considering that the estimated average working population is only 3.1% within that bracket. So again, it's whether this is a case of this is the kind of job with the creativity and everything that is more attractive to people from these backgrounds, or whether it's a case of people feel safer to be their more authentic selves within the games industry, and are being able to be more open about that. Either way, it's a wonderful thing, and long may that continue. It doesn't mean we're off the hook for not doing more work, but there is some good stuff happening. And this one also I think is very interesting too, that 18% self-report as neurodivergent. Now this is back in 2022. I think if they did it now, it would be higher. There's also 18% have self-reported as being long-term disabled as well, which is higher again than the national average. So there is a lot of support in place for people. Obviously, what we were doing, I'm sure everyone in this room knows someone who's neurodivergent working in games. It's something that their support is there, and we're able to do some great stuff, but we still got work to do. I do want to talk a little bit about a couple of other groups that are doing some fantastic stuff. Pixel's really good resources. If you're wanting to improve diversity within your studio, then do check that website out to look at how you can do better. Limit Break Mentoring is a free mentoring scheme for people of different underrepresented backgrounds that operates in the UK. Yuki has some great resources. They're also running the Raise the Game program, which is holding companies to account to make best that they can to improve diversity within their own studios. Into Games does some great stuff for building people into the industry and also addressing the income disparity issues that I was talking about earlier. Pocket Play, also a fantastic group that does some really great stuff for people of color. And this is just a very small slice of a very big community of people trying to do some great things. So do support these people and others if you can in any way. And speaking of support, well, this is kind of me wrapping up. So SavePoint, if you are interested in learning more, do feel free to come and have a wee chat with me. You can check out our website as well if you want to join up. We are looking for support as well. And also, yeah, as I said, our next event's coming up in Brighton. So if you are coming down to develop, then let us know and come along. And that's it from me.
Thank you very much, Reese. So we're going to have another break, but before that, I want to shout out some sponsors. I'm going to shout out Escape Technology, Johnson Carmichael, and Lucid Link. And we'll take a break until around about cakes. So there's an abundant amount of cakes up the back that have logos of sponsors of the event. I've been told that there's enough that you can grab like several each. So don't be shy. Grab like 5, why not? Would rather have none than too many. Cheers. See you about past. It's not working this time. Guys, that is a 2-minute warning. We will be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, guys, we're going to resume the next block. Everybody grab a friend, tell them to grab a seat. It's kind of working. There we go. Guys, we're going to resume the next block, so if you could all please take a seat. Give you a little moment to get back. There we are. So, thank you very much. Next up, we're going to have Sarah Gatland, a freelance videographer. Worked at GameStocks Live. Shout out, doing videography tonight, thank you. And Rivet Games. Going to be talking about rejecting rejection.
This always happens. I'm always the shortest. Hi, so I am Sarah, and yes, as mentioned, I'm a videographer. And I would love to chat to any of you about videography and making videos. If you have any questions, just let me know. But right now, I'm not here to talk about videos. I'm here to talk about something a little more exciting and a little bit spicier. It's rejection. So, but more specifically, rejecting rejection, because we need to think of it in a healthy way, and it is possible to think of it in a healthy way. So let's think about that. So I realized yesterday, after I'd already presented once, that this looks like it's a list of my CV, and it's not. It's instead of intro, I should have written, what are the ways that we can get rejected? So there are so many ways in this industry. You can get rejected from a job, is the really obvious one. You might be applying, submitting your film to a publisher, or maybe you're applying for funding. And so I do film, as I've mentioned. So I sometimes submit to film festivals, and they either get rejected or accepted. But you might be applying a little bit more games-wise. You might be applying for an award. You might get shortlisted. You might not get shortlisted. You might not win. You might win. And you might be sitting there thinking, oh, well, I own my own company. I have a a job. This isn't relevant to me. It is relevant to you because if you are not getting rejected, you are doing the rejection. And I'm going to talk to you later on in the presentation. So the opposite of rejection, obviously, is acceptance. And people don't go out of their way to reject people. Ideally, usually people say, oh, we would love to accept 10 people, but there was only one place. And they do mean that. I know it sounds cliche when they say it, but when someone is looking for a candidate for a job, they want the best candidate for that job. And so if they have to reject 100 people, then unfortunately that's what they have to do if there's only one position. So obviously having a lot of experience can put you much further ahead. That's the main thing that we all sort of think about and look at when we're looking at jobs specifically. Having contacts can be really helpful, mainly to get your foot in the door, because just because you know someone at a company doesn't mean that they're going to accept your game or accept you for a job. But it can help you sort of get past that initial conversation. So I'm going to tell you a couple of stories about how I got jobs in retail that made me reconsider the whole sort of job application process. So one of them, I applied for a job, and it was a chain store that I'd worked at 5 years earlier. And they just accepted me immediately because they went, oh, well, she's worked here before. I'd worked at a different store 500 miles away 5 years earlier. They might as well have trained up a whole new employee. And so if you think about all the other like very well-rounded people who may have applied to that, and I got it because I'd worked there before. Yeah, that was a weird situation for me because they, like I said, they basically had to train me up from scratch. And another job I got, they asked me in the interview, so when can you start? Can you start next week? Can you start tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, I'm free tomorrow, whatever. I wasn't free every day, but I was free that tomorrow. They should have thought about that. But that means that they would have rejected everyone else purely because I was free tomorrow. And again, if you think about that, it isn't that much of an attack on your character to not get a job for like petty reasons like that. But then if you think about the bigger things, such as the experience aspect, if someone else has more experience than you, that doesn't put down the experience that you have. It just means there was a better candidate. So how can we reduce rejection? The main thing to think about is that you make your own luck. So this is a very fun thing to know, which is that just by being here, you are making yourself luckier. So last week I was shooting a film, a video for Alistair Low Tech Games, and I thought to myself, how lucky am I that he chose me out of anyone that he could have chosen to make a video with him. And then I thought, well, Alistair didn't just like throw a dart at a wall and go, oh, I guess it's Sarah. Oh, that's so lucky. He and I met each other years ago at one of these similar events, and we keep in touch with each other. We share work with each other. He's seen videos that I've made here. He's seen other videos that I've made, and so when he needed a video made for him, obviously he thinks, who do I know? I know Sarah. So I had, over the years, without specifically targeting Alistair, I had built up that reputation, and I had put myself in a position where he would ask me to make something for him. So like I said, there are so many things that you can do that can help you become luckier. Coming to events like this, putting yourself out there, really helpful. Also, just look after yourself in general, because if you're eating well, exercising, getting a lot of sleep, I know it's preachy, we all know this, we all ignore it, but it will make you a more successful person. It will put you in a better position to work at your day job, to do your side projects. Just don't forget that that is an important thing to think about as well. But also, this is more how to sort of reduce the mental effect of rejection. Don't back yourself into a corner and put yourself in a worse place than necessary. So earlier this year, I had applied for a job which I really thought I was guaranteed. No one ever told me I was guaranteed it. But I thought to myself, I'm definitely going to get it. I have my interview next week, so I'm just going to cancel my other interviews, because why would I apply for other jobs when I have this one coming up? And I just stopped applying for stuff, and then I got rejected, and I thought, oh my gosh, I have nothing now. I don't have any interviews coming up. I'm not in contact with any businesses. I'm back to square one. I'm basically back at the start of my job search. And I thought, why would they do this to me? But they didn't do that to me. The company did not do that to me. I did that to myself, because I should have just kept putting myself out there, because that's always going to be helpful. We can always get more experience in selling our products, pitching ourselves. Those skills are going to be helpful at any stage in your career. So just keep putting yourself out there. Even if you feel like you've got this, backups are really, really helpful and safe and healthy, and don't make my mistakes. So we also want to just reframe the whole rejection thing, because rather than thinking, oh, another rejection, they hate me, if we can think about the fact that you go, okay, that one didn't work out, what do we do next? So for example, when I got rejected from that job, I thought, what else can I do that's a little bit different? And so I've been doing some QA, some testing, and I've been really enjoying it. And it's really different to the other stuff that I was applying for. Very happy to chat about that later if you'd like. Not in my talk, but just networking. So yeah, just think about different opportunities that you might have. Maybe there's like a different fund that you don't know quite if you qualify for. Things like that, just a little bit different. Be creative, and it should be exciting to think, well, we're not doing that thing, but we could do anything now because we're not tied to that. And like I've mentioned, interview experience, all that sort of thing is very, very helpful and is just always going to be useful. Making contacts, you can do that while you're pitching. If someone thinks this game isn't right for now, they might send you a rejection. Maybe 6 months from now, something else comes up and they go, we'd really like to hear from you again. That will always put you forward. And just learning about other companies and the industry as a whole will make you a more successful person and make your game more successful. And don't let yourself forget your achievements. Don't get to the end of a day and go, I didn't get this done, I didn't get that done. Just remember to remind yourself of everything you did get done, because I promise you are more productive than not. So now I'm talking to the people doing the rejections. So I didn't appreciate getting from a high-end Scottish television production an email from them saying, "Dear candidate, I know that you might have hundreds, even thousands of applicants, and that you don't have time to send out a rejection to each of them individually. But very exciting is that there is Microsoft Access, Microsoft Excel, and both of those can do that sort of thing for you with form letters. So you might go, oh, but they're pretty complicated, I don't know how to use them. But you're coders, you can work it out, okay? Another thing is time of day. This is quite a simple one, but last month I was at Colin's birthday party, having a great time at Akeli. My phone buzzed. I thought, wonder what that is, had a look at it, and it was a rejection letter. And I thought, who on earth is sending out rejection letters at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night? Poor them, right? Much rather be getting that than sending that. But I know that like a lot of people are busy, and if you really absolutely only can send that letter at 9 p.m. on a Saturday night, just schedule it for Monday morning, because I can wait. I'd rather wait. Let me dance. Also, if you can give feedback, that is invaluable to any of us, whether it's a game that we're pitching, whether it's ourselves that we're pitching. So please do give feedback. Again, I know you might be getting hundreds or even thousands of candidates, but feedback, if someone gets to an interview stage, I think it's really, really polite and kind if you can give specific feedback. So earlier this year, someone phoned me specifically to say, I'm really sorry you didn't get the job. We loved speaking to you in the interview. We had a really nice chat and think that you would be a good fit for other roles, so do get in touch with us in the future. And it did make me feel a lot better about the whole experience than if I had just got a nameless, faceless email from them, because you do sit down and you chat to them and you get to know them, and interviews do go both ways. So if you then leave me feeling bad about that experience, I'm going to think differently about your company. And it does happen that people say, oh, I interviewed at this place and they were really bad about rejecting me and I would never apply there again. So you want to make sure that everyone leaves this experience feeling good, no matter what the outcome is. So yes, I hope you've enjoyed the cat photos as well. It's not a very visually interesting topic, so there's my cat playing VR. And he's just here. And yeah, come and chat with me, like I said. And if I come up to you, don't reject me or I'll cry. And just remember to reframe and reject rejection. Thank you.
So next up, we have the director of Hairy Heart Games, the organizer of industry events in Glasgow, including the Glasgow Games Soapbox, and working on the upcoming Glasgow Independent Game Festival. We have Joe Bain.
Hello everyone. Good to be back in Glasgow after being to all those other horrible cities. And yeah, if anyone else is interested in wants to know more about the Glasgow Independent Games Festival, July the 20th, you can speak to me. Obviously, Ryan Fergus is about to. We're still open for submissions if you have a game you'd like to submit. Right, but yeah, on to my talk. So the talk is called Handmade AI. It's all about AI, I suppose. So to start with, I just wanted to remind us all of the kind of tidal wave of AI stuff that you're probably seeing on Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever your kind of social media of choice is, and it's kind of all over the place. Lots of 3D graphics, you can generate models, you can generate animations, you can generate, code, you can generate whole games. Even it seems we've got Breakout down in the corner here, and it seems everyone's talking about how it's going to put us all out of a job. It's going to, change the face of the industry. And I think a lot of people are worried about it. I think a lot of young people are worried about, about their careers, about what it means for them. I want to roll back the clock a bit to the 1930s. Another young creative was worried about technology putting him out of a job. So this is Picasso, Pablo Picasso. He wasn't a game developer, but when he was starting his career as a painter, photography was the new technology, which was changing things and making people scared for their careers. And he said about photography, "I have discovered photography, now I can kill myself. I have nothing else to learn." And what he meant is, what's the point in being a portrait painter or a painter of landscapes when you can just snap a photo? So is that our future? Are we ready to consign ourselves to the ground? I don't think so. I think there is hope for us yet. Picasso also said this about photography. When you see what you express through photography, you realize all the things that can no longer be the objectives of painting. Why should an artist persist in treating subjects that can be established so clearly with the lens of a camera? And we have the power also to change the subject of our work. I think game development has often been a technical kind of art form at heart, with everything else kind of accommodating that, trying to squeeze a bit of emotion into some polygons or a bit more kind of drama into some lines of code. And I think one interesting thing about AI is how it can maybe start to free us a bit more from that. But just because we don't need to maybe focus on those technical concerns so fixatedly in the way that Renaissance painters would, study how the light falls across velvet, exactly how these patterns are moving so they could replicate it just how it looked. We maybe won't need to in the future know all of the Photoshop keyboard shortcuts or, spend ages doing UV unwrapping or whatever else it is that, we maybe take pride in doing and takes a lot of skill, but it's not the most kind of interesting part of what we're doing. And Picasso didn't just avoid technology. He used technology. He cut up photography, mass-produced design, newsprint. He created collage along with, all his paintings, style of art which embraced the output of the machines of the new technology. But I don't just want to talk about Picasso. I want to also talk about why AI is enabling for me in the games that Hairy Heart are producing. So this is a handmade puppet made from wood, wire, foam, felt, hand-stitched, hand-painted. Her name is the photographs, but stored and rendered as a kind of point cloud. The process is called Gaussian splatting, and it uses a complex algorithm to output an efficient representation from the photos. And it does a lot better job of capturing things like fur and reflective materials. You can see in this video how Kate's made up of kind of thousands of small particles. Each one has got a length, a width, a color gradient, and a sort of light transmission function. The process of training the splat involves generating millions of these particles, merging them and moving them around until they closely resemble the target photographs. And you can already get plugins which allow you to use these Gaussian splats in commercial game engines in Unity and Unreal. They're not production ready perhaps just yet, but they do work and they can be useful for certain applications. A close cousin of Gaussian splatting is NeRFs, or neural radiance fields. This video from NVIDIA shows the state-of-the-art in generating these from only a few photographs. A NeRF is a neural network trained specifically on a single scene. Once trained, you can ask the AI what the scene would look like from another angle, one that you didn't photograph, and it will generate the new point of view. It can fill in missing angles and gaps in what you've captured as well. These are quite memory intensive at the moment and quite processor intensive. You can run them in real time just about, but it's a very active area of research, and I think it's going to be more and more commonplace in the near future. So anyway, this is our game Crackernuts. It's a narrative adventure game based on a Scottish fairy tale. We've been developing it for about 9 months. We're not just using AI to capture the models, though, in the game. We're also using AI for performance capture, and we've been able to do our mocap for a fraction of the price of hiring a traditional mocap studio. So in our setup, we have 4 cameras, iPhones again, and we use an app called Move AI. And we put the cameras around the space, and we have 2 actors at a time who can do their performance. They don't need to wear any special suits or markers or anything like that. It all goes up to the cloud, and we can download an FBX, which can then go into Unity or Unreal, or you can do cleanup in any kind of 3D animation software. We found the results really great. Better than a lot of the inertial suits that you see. Probably not quite up there with the dedicated kind of studio with the markers, but not too far. And the processing algorithms are getting better, and the outputs are getting better all the time. But yeah, so one huge benefit of these technologies we found on this project is we've been able to collaborate with artists and creators that we normally wouldn't be able to collaborate with as a small studio. We've been able to work with theatrical actors. We've been able to work with practical model makers and use the output and their kind of skills and crafts in our game. These are people who often wouldn't get the chance to work in games. And for us, for me, for the company, I think it's been hugely productive. It's brought a lot of new insight and a lot of new creativity into the project. So far from taking jobs away from people, I think for us it's added jobs. It's allowed us to employ people that we might not have been able to previously. So I'll end with this. Don't worry about AI taking your job. Think about how AI can expand your horizons and create new ways of working. Be the Picasso of video games. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joe. So next up we have Kyle McSwan, who is a designer at No Code, working on the upcoming Silent Hill Townfall. His talk will be about a level design experience from junior to intermediate.
Hello. Just wait for my slides to come up. Perfect. So, hello, my name is Kyle, and I'm to talk to you today about level design. I decided to do a very introductory talk about level design, basically a level design 101, because this is the first time I'm doing anything like this. And some people here might not truly know what level designer actually does. So apologies if what I say is quite rudimentary. I only have 10 minutes as well, so I'm sticking very closely to the wee script that I've got here. Cool. So, wee bit of background about myself. I'm a game, level, and mission designer who has now been in the industry professionally for about 3.5 years. However, I've been involved in the industry roughly for about 5 in total. I was very fortunate to have a QA work placement with Blazing Griffin that slowly blossomed into a junior design position, where I worked at the Poirot games. I then joined Ubisoft Reflections down in Newcastle as a level designer, where I worked on Assassin's Creed Nexus, to finally find my home back in Glasgow at No Code as a designer, where I do game and mission design too, but predominantly take responsibility for the level design of Silent Hill Townfall. I've had the pleasure of working with different studios, teams, and games, all of which use a very different level design approach. So what is level design? So I searched on Google definitions of level design and picked a few from the first 4 or so links, all of which are different from looks, which is great. Most commonly, we think of level design as creating the physical space that the game takes place in. Maybe the most common one, which makes sense. Some definitions take it the next step further and mention things contained within the levels that have an effect on the player experience too, such as like mechanics, interactions, etc. Then you get definitions that imply the effects it has on the player's emotions and how it influences the player too, such as these last 2 definitions here. Now I'm going to do the very designery, wishy-washy thing here and say that I believe level design is actually all of these things. Different people from different backgrounds and different experiences at different studios will see that level design is a completely different thing. It's ultimately very hard to give one clear and broad definition that caters to all games and ideologies. But basically, based on my experience from going from junior into intermediate, I'm going to try my very best. I believe that level design is the iterative game design process of ensuring all of a game's features and mechanics complement the player aesthetic through the in-game world, or something to that effect. It's a bit vague, and there's a reason for that. You don't have one clear task from the project as a level designer. You are actually effectively more a stakeholder for the game to ensure the levels of the game are fun and do their intended purpose. You oversee arguably the most immersive aspect of your game to the player, ensuring the connection to the magic circle isn't broken through inconceivable, boring, or frustrating means. Similar to how we interpret the definition of level design, there are different responsibilities depending on how the different team sizes, genre of your game, etc. I've tried to summarize what I believe a dedicated level designer broadly oversees. So you've got here crafting and iterating upon the playable space within the game with blockout tools or placeholder assets. Yeah, so this is arguably the most common one that everyone knows. This is the play space, the world in which the player is going to be in. Sometimes players use people use floor plans to detail rooms and spaces before jumping into the engine. Some don't. Naughty Dog apparently don't do that, but that works for them. The key thing here is though iteration. You will iterate on your levels all the time. Implementing the engaging or interactive areas that allows the players to utilize mechanics and rules of the game. Kind of similar to before. These things include like interaction zones, the things that player can do, enemies and patrols to take out, etc. Unique traversal opportunities as well. Basically, these are the ingredients and tools of your toys of your level, and ensuring they are discernible enough to the player too. Creating and maintaining level design documentation, such as LDDs or MDDs, fun, yes. The reason why this is here is because I would actually arguably say I spend most of my time in documentation. This includes research, outlines, or level details for even other departments, justifications for ideas, and what the level contains. Ensuring that the intended player emotions are met at the times we hope for them to be invoked. It's low-hanging fruit, for example, but think of horror games for the moments we want players to feel anxious, creeped out, scared, etc. How do we invoke that through our levels and at the right times for the players to still feel engaged? Cater to all playstyles, player personas, and experience levels, so a wider range of people can enjoy your game. Personas can be seen as like one big umbrella for how a player will play your game in its entirety. A good example is Bartel's player types for gamification, with players broken down into 4 categories, but there's not enough time to talk about that, so I'm going to skip that. Marry your world to architecture and artistic techniques, basically ensuring your levels are conceivable, not realistic, but conceivable within the game world, and they're fun to navigate within the context of the world too. Applying rules such as the rules of free, leading lines, verticality, composition of framing when coming into an open space, etc., but merging them with the structures and the landscapes of your game. Finally, and most importantly, ensure your levels marry to other disciplines within the game world, including art, UI, audio, lighting, and narrative. Everything needs to work together to achieve the same vision. Consider all departments, as even the slightest addition or change to your levels will greatly impact the workload or the scope of other departments. Your level should be seen as the melting pot for everybody's hard work, so every single discipline must be taken into consideration. To try and rationalize my definition and all the points I've said above, I believe that level design is actually game design. You're responsible for establishing a cooperative relationship between all areas of the game, which are then presented to the player. You are maintaining the vision of the game, similar to game design, but through the levels and the overarching world. Now, to go back to that first definition, I don't know if you remember it, it said usually first or third person shooters, and whilst that isn't incorrect, levels are actually much more than just 3D spaces or linear spaces or multiplayer spaces. We can have open world areas with encampments that players can liberate and take out and as enemy bases, like in Assassin's Creed, or levels in Resident Evil, like as the player progresses and gets new skills or tools, the level evolves and becomes more explorative. We can of course have 2D games that still aim to accomplish the same thing using core mechanics or influencing techniques to encourage player movement and agency. And finally, I think you can make an argument that any play space can be considered a level, even dedicated and unique spaces such as these. You aren't traversing anywhere, but you're still using the mechanics and the rules of the game that are supplied to the player to overcome challenges and puzzles of these levels. It isn't just 3D spaces. Now, I promise this was not intentional, but the premise of my talk was going to talk about this here. This is the whiteboard test. This is a great one-pager for immediately showing the quality expectancy of some of your levels. However, over the years of being in the industry, I found that although this is great, and I still refer to it from time to time, it doesn't apply to all games. As I said before, level design doesn't just mean the physical space. You need to ensure that nearly all aspects of your game are complemented through the level. Now, the accidental thing, and this is 100% true, was that I wanted to base my talk around this concept and discuss the use of corridors, which can be interpreted here, roughly, as being somewhere between intermediate and advanced, which doesn't sound very good based on this, but I'll get to that. But somebody beat me to the punch. And they talked about how much they hate corridors in games. I was going to use, and Graham's here so you can back me up on this, which is PT, which is literally just 2 corridors. PT effectively used horror cliches like right angle corners to not see what's around the other side, slow walking pacing to build suspense, amongst other things that you can see here. And it all worked together because the developers wanted to offer this specific horror experience for the player. That was the intention, and they managed to achieve that with the help of environment, audio, art, movement, etc. Numerous different things. I hope you just get the picture. Now that I've hopefully covered the message of my talk, I thought we'd do a very short game for you all, some audience participation. I'm going to try and show that even first and third person shooters don't need to have overly complex designed areas, as long as the mechanics are there. So yeah, does anyone know what this level is here? Rust. This is Rust from Call of Duty. So notice how there's no complex looking stairs or forced level design additions. It's authentic to the space it's in, with natural cover points that contextually make sense, and the developers still made sure that the levels still offer players that combat pit-like experience. Even looking at another famous Call of Duty map, Nuketown, there's no intricate or out there areas of the map, mainly because it doesn't need it. There are some areas of elevation, but ultimately this was the intended look and design of the level. Next one. What's this level? See, I thought this was going to be the easy one. It's so it's Sandtrap. So yeah, this is Sandtrap, a Halo level that you can argue is actually fairly empty, but as you can imagine, there's a reason for it. So Sandtrap and other Halo maps have a big emphasis on big team battles with big vehicles. Sandtrap is also extra unique because it has these guys here, called elephants, that are literal movable bases that the player can operate. This map was designed with the intention for big vehicular warfare. Now, this is the last one. Does anyone know this map? This is a bit tough. It's not a payday map. I've not got time, so I'm going to quickly just jump ahead. I was hoping somebody was going to say it's Raccoon City Police Department from Resident Evil 2, but it's not. It's actually from Dead by Daylight. It's very bad of me to kind of put this in to pull the rug from under you, but there's a reason for it. So the RCPD has always been a single-player level for Resi 2 in the remake, but for the Dead by Daylight crossover, they did some very interesting things. The developers more or less kept the exact same layout for the police station because it was true to the original, and it also fit the Dead by Daylight's core mechanics and core gameplay loop, so very little had to actually get changed. They did make some changes, however, like 2 different versions of the same level, same middle kind of like base lobby area, and an east and west wing variation. And they even created, I'll show you that now. They even created doorways for places that would have dead ends, so there was no, so there was constant movement for the player as well, just like so. You get the picture. So what I'm trying to say is, if there's one thing to take away from this talk, is that you design your levels based on the needs and the vision of your game independently. There is no strict one rule book for level design. I'm running out of time, so I can't really go over this, what I believe are constants, but I'm more than happy to talk about the break. That's me done. I'm more than happy to answer questions, connect through socials during the break. I want to thank Colin for giving me the opportunity to do this. Shout out to Gabe if he's listening, because he twisted my arm to do this. And thank you all for listening. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Kyle. So we're going to take another break, but first off, I want to shout out some of the sponsors. We have No Code, Ninja Kiwi, and Team Terrible. And also would like to mention that you have about 5 minutes left to enter the raffle, which will we bring up again? Yes, we will. There we go. So you've got 5 minutes left to enter that, and then that'll close, and we'll announce winners later on tonight. But we will see you guys again around about 2:25-ish. See you soon.
Thanks, Ollie. Hi, everyone. I'm Rich Stone, the head of studio at CodeSync. Been in the industry 15 plus years at Double 11 and Utechnics a long, long time ago. I want to talk a little bit about CodeSync's values towards iterative improvement and the issues you can have on longer product life cycles and how we can keep trying to improve. It's great to be presenting to a room full of people in the industry. But with that in mind, viewer discretion advised, there will be a reference to Jira. A little bit about CodeSync, based in the Northern Design Center over in Gateshead. And we've been making games since 2009, mostly in the VR space, but we have some traditional games too. Some of the games include, most recently, Jurassic World Aftermath. That was fun. I was the producer on that. Games like Shadowpoint, Esper the Collection. We also do publishing. So we're currently publishing a game called Replaced. You might have heard of it. It was a big thing at E3 a while ago. Very lovely pixel art game. And recently, the Last Hero of Nostalgaia. But the thing we're working on right now, that's coming out very soon, is called Astronomo, and we're super excited about it. So yeah, early access later this year. But that's not what we're here to talk about. What we're here to talk about is how, as CodeSync, we can iteratively improve and innovate. So at CodeSync, like many other places, I'm sure, we have a huge importance on iteratively improving, not just our games, but our skill set, our staff, and the talent that we have. We're acutely aware at CodeSync, and definitely myself included, that we are never the final polished product of ourselves. There's always a long way to go, but we can get a little bit better every day. Oh dear, that skipped a few. Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Why did it go wrong for me? Cool. So you get some issues with projects. When you're working on dead long projects, it's tough to innovate and iterate and generally get better. Appetite for risk and innovation, that drops across the duration of a project, as made by this totally legit graph that I didn't just make, but highlights the point that early on in pre-production, the world's your oyster, you're going to do it all, and then reality hits somewhere in the middle where you're learning that actually you can't do all of that shit, or you can't do as much. And similarly, your appetite for risk will slightly decrease, particularly as certainty sets in, and then toward the end you don't really do. So you're slowing down with vast improvements. Some out of necessity, but not as much as you could be doing. Similarly, longer project can limit areas for personal development. If you're an artist or an animator or a programmer or anyone working on a project, you'll often find that you're dealing with the problems with that particular project at any given time for the duration. So if it's in a really nice stylized art style, it's doing nothing for your PBR. So this is a problem. And often projects can ring fence key team members, so that they're going to be stuck on the project until the end, so they don't get to see all the dev cycle. So with that in mind, CodeSync have introduced self-development days. Hooray, this isn't anything to take away. This is just a bit more of a case study without an ending. What is that, you say? Oh my God, it's 2 days each month where staff get to work on what they want. They can self-organize and they get stuff done. This is the team member level, the project level, and an IP generation level, which I'm very happy to go through. I'm racing through this one. Here we have, oh God, that's one of our skills matrices. I'm sure some companies have this and some companies look at that and think, oh God, but it happens to us all. When we get big enough, we need to start doing stuff like this. And this outlines how you can progress within your role at the studio. We got junior, intermediate, senior. Don't worry about the details, that's not important. But what is important is that the self-dev days give people time back in order to progress across this. So you might be stuck on a project where you're using a particular art style and you want to learn more about a PBR workflow. Well, you can create that space and you can hone your skills, because the more talented you are, the more talented we are, and we're trying to raise everything together. It's tough at the end of the day to have the motivation to do anything but sleep and maybe get a takeaway. So we create the time and the space for people to be able to use that. The project level. So it allows you to step back for just a minute and take a look throughout the entire cycle about what you're doing, how well you're doing it, what else we could be bringing, what opportunities are there that we're not exploiting, what new tech has come out that could solve some of the problems we've got. And sometimes it's just as simple as, can we make the templates for the documentation look nicer? So having those 2 days allows us to actually gain some time back. While you do these 2 days a month on developing your project, you actually see some of that time back through some of the gains that you can get by making those projects more efficient and finding different ways to iterate and improve. And then we got IP generation. So the staff not only can start doing what they want to do, to improve their skill set, they can also just get together and make fun shit. Like, that's the most important thing about game dev, really. So, and it's not mutually exclusive. You can learn new things and build some cool things, all in the hope that we're finding just the next fun thing from Coatsink. I mentioned earlier, you can get people who will get ring fence onto projects right until the very end. They don't see this phase of game development. You don't get their fun ideas up early and see what they can build. But this way, we can. So what we're doing right now with Coatsink is anybody who wants to organize themselves into a team can start building prototypes of the game idea that they've got. They can start building pitch decks for the things that they love. They're all going to get pitched to the whole company, and we're all going to vote on the one that we love the damn most. And that might just be the next big thing. So hopefully it keeps people excited and engaged, and we're making some cool shit. This isn't from Soft Dev Day. This was Astronomo when that first started, and that had a really slow burn, and that's the kind of incubation that we really want to maintain for anything else. And hopefully they can start to turn out like, a game that looks like this, and people like more germination, stronger results. Hopefully it's the next big thing. That's it. Thanks.
2-minute warning. If your friend can't hear me, please say to your friend, that is a 2-minute warning. Thank you. Hello, people. We're going to start the next block. If everybody could please make their way back to their seats, that would be greatly appreciated. Got a friend watching the stream, so I was waving. Okay, folks, we're about to start the next block. Before we start the talks, I'm going to give a quick shout out to the GSA Degree Show. It's on from the 31st of May to the 9th of June. It will feature some games, animation, modelling, sound work from the School of Innovation and Technology in the Haldane building on Sucky Hall Street. There's also going to be an evening event on Thursday the 6th of June in the same building, the Haldane building, and emails will be sent out. If you go to gsashowcase.net, you can see all those details there in a clearer way than my accent tells you. Okay, so first up, we have Richard Mooney, writer, journalist, and narrative designer. His talk will be about narrative from game, script, to screenplay, to published comic. Cheers.
Time here, so thanks everybody for being so nice and friendly and welcoming. Really, really great atmosphere. Today I'm going to be talking about Gun Queen, my comic, and how it began life as a video game project. So a little bit about me. I'm a journalist, freelance narrative designer, and creative writer with a background in news, animation, and games. Mainly, I consider myself a writer, and that's what I tell most people. But as you work in this industry, writers wear many hats, as they do in other fields as well. So this is the main character of our story. She's Margot Gunn, and she was created by me and my collaborator, Yanko Super. It tells the story, Gun Queen tells the story of a woman thrown into a battle of light and darkness, where nothing is quite what it seems. That woman is our main character there, and I'm repeating myself a bit, so I'm going to skip that. This story, it follows, like, it's really my attempt at the hero's journey, a Star Wars, but with a very unique take on it. So, welcome to Hayat Alba. This is the setting of our story, and it's the land that Margot rules. This art is from issue 2. It's a double-page splash. We went for a steampunk, Celtic-inspired aesthetic with some Scots and Gaelic language peppered throughout the comics. And while we tried to, we say that we tried to keep it Scottish, but it really just became its own thing and became a sort of amalgamation of everything that inspired me creatively, from my cat, my second home in Taiwan, Hayao Miyazaki movies, and so much more. Even the death of my grandmother. That last part's a little bit heavy, but you'll see how it shaped Gun Queen. So, going back in time, you'll see the doodle there is why I'm the writer and not the artist. Gun Queen began life in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. But the notion of doing a Scottish-inspired mythological epic had been swirling in my mind since 2014. And it was like the story that I wanted to tell. Every writer has a story they wanted to tell. This is the story I want to tell. This is the one I want to share with the world. And again, that's my very rudimentary attempt at it. So what happened next? Well, the Gun Queen actually began life as the Gun King. And it was while I was doing a narrative course that I did a very rudimentary game design document called The Gun King Interloper. And I did enjoy it, but it was basically a simple shooter set in the Highlands of Scotland, like in a sort of steampunk setting. Then, I did another thing where I tried to turn it into a novel, and I got some good feedback from other writers. I didn't publish it anywhere, but I did enjoy the process. I didn't really enjoy the process of it. And I felt that this was a story that that had to be a visual story. It had to be for a visual medium. So I stopped while writing a novel and took a break. 2021, I decided to take it a bit further, and I wrote. Sorry, a bit close to the mic there. In 2021, I developed it further and took a script I'd been working on and made it entirely its own thing. And through that process, I realized that the central character would better to be the Margot, because the script I was writing was actually a prequel to the novel. I was getting a bit ahead of myself there, so I decided to condense and put it all into one thing. And we made Margot the main character. That screenplay was storyboarded, fully voiced, and even had a little bit of animation made. But to do more with, it's much more than I have, and I decided again to shelf it and come back to it at a later date. And I'm paying for all of this myself. This is nothing. There's no outside parties yet. So a little bit of a sidetrack. Why Gun? Well, it was my nana's name. My grandmother's maiden name was Gun, and she inspired a big part of the story. Margot isn't really based on her. She's inspired by many people in my life, but it's no coincidence that Margot's weapon is a gun, and Gun has a cool Nordic connection, which also influenced a lot of the story. And while I was overseas, my nana died, and I was unable to return. So the process of rewriting the novel from a game design doc into a screenplay and then onto a comic really helped me process her death in like my own unique way. So I even named Margot's mentor Nana Gunn, because that's the Nana Gunn's and everybody we knew. She was such a great woman. So this, in 2022, I met this guy. This is Janko Super, the Chilean co-creator of Gun Queen. Initially, he was just hired as an artist, but it became clear that for this to really work as a writer-artist partnership, that we had to become co-creators of it. So we rebuilt Gun Queen from the ground up. Characters, world, everything. And what also became clear during that time was Janko's talent. He is really the full package when it came to doing all the artwork in the comics. Definitely one to watch for the future. He's one of the best artists I've worked with. So 2023 and 2024, we have comics selling in 2 continents right now. We had a digital edition, which was successfully kickstarted last year, self-published issue 1, and I think there might still be a one issue available of it in the Forbidden Planet here in Glasgow, in the local press section. Issue 1 and 2 were completed, and in April or March of this year, Visuales, a creator-owned Chilean publisher, published issues 1 and 2 as a complete book in Spanish, and I see the titles cut off there, but it's called, and please help me remember it, Gun Queen Desencadenada, which means Gun Queen Unchained. But what's that about? Well, it's a God of War inspired Celtic action fantasy epic with lots of cats, kilts, swords, guns, and a lot Loch Ness Monster. Kind of like He-Man in a kilt, but a bit better. The blurb, well, I don't want to, see, if I talk about it, it sort of spoils it, but the Loch Ness Monster's in it, and it's inspired by God of War, Fantastic Beasts, Final Fantasy XIV, John Wick, and 1980s Saturday morning cartoons. It's a lot to pull for, but I guarantee you it's all in there one way or another. 2024 and beyond. So what was initially envisioned as a 6-part story is now going to be 2 3-part books, Gun Queen Interloper, which will be releasing this year, and Gun Queen Crescendo. Gun Queen Interloper, the Gun Queen Interloper, if you Google it right now, it looks as if it was published in March. It was going to be, but we pulled it at the last minute. But it's going to come out later this year. I'm currently halfway through the sequel to these called Gun Queen Eventide, which is a pirate story. And I'm going to publish these in English probably under my own imprint, Moonwood Comics. And again, we've outlined another one as well. So the dream scenario, Gun Queen becomes a game, a TV series, or both. Being a former animation producer and a current freelance narrative designer, I know this can be more than a comic. It was designed to be so. I think a story like this, a universe, a new mythology, it's a wellspring of ideas that just doesn't fit into any one medium. It could easily be a AAA action adventure in a sort of epic scale of God of War, or even a very cool indie-made Metroidvania game. Or, a streaming series like X-Men 97 or He-Man. And if there's one thing I want you all to take away from this, it's to, when I was making Gun Queen, it took me from 4 years ago at Disney Doc to become a published author. And that's because I pivoted, pivot, iterate, collaborate, create, never stop running with your idea if it isn't. If one door closes, there will be another door somewhere that will open. And that's what I learned with Gun Queen. And I'm still running with it. So thanks, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Richard. So the last speaker of tonight will be Jupiter Hadley, the head of community at Toya Play. So massive round of applause, please, for the last speaker of the night.
The laptop is moving all of the slides on its own. That seems normal. Sure. Cool. Hello, my name is Jupiter Hadley. I'm the head of community at Toya Play Studio. Toya Play Studio is a Roblox-based development studio that makes games with IPs. So we take Disney IPs, we turn them into games, and I'm the head of community for that. Our first major game that had a major IP had 750 million players in the first year, so obviously a huge community. As it is a Roblox game platform, they have constant updates. It's a live product. It's something that needs to be managed all of the time, and I manage a lot of the community around that. Community is a really important aspect of developing games. It can help with your marketing, and it can keep people around for your next iteration of your game and for any updates if you have a live product. And these are 10 things that I've learned as a community manager. So community managers as an expectation are something that varies from place to place. Sometimes people mean by community management, social media management, they just want you to do Twitter, Discord, Reddit. Sometimes they mean influencer relations, marketing in general. Sometimes they mean video editing, creating art aspects. It becomes sort of a catch-all. I've even done product planning for in-game updates that have been deemed community-based updates, meaning I've written GDDs for the games to go live because somehow that has to do with community. It's a job that has so many different hats and so many different requirements that having a boss or a head of your team that knows what they want from a community manager so that you can more easily do your job makes things so much easier for them. And knowing what you're looking for in a community manager and being able to, from the get-go, be like, we are going to want you to design graphics. Are you able to do that? No. Maybe we need to get someone else in to take over some of these other jobs. It's very important. I have a cursed slide. It's completely black on here. It's been cursed all week, but it's about consistency, which is something I learned very early on. When you first start building a community, no one's there, and that's just how the beginning is. Despite no one being there, you want to be consistent with running events. You want to plan stuff that's happening and just pretend that people are showing up. So once they are there, they're able to get into this flow of expecting a thing to happen on Friday, expecting a sneak peek to happen on Wednesday, a game update to happen on Saturday, and they have that sort of flow to follow. And even if no one's participating and you're just kind of running these on your own, getting into that system and then having that when your community comes and having something for the few members of your community to look forward to becomes a key part in keeping your community once it does start to grow. Next, about enforcing rules. When you have a community and it's starting to grow, you'll find toxic people. There are so many toxic people on the internet. If you let them come into your community and it's small at first, you think it's okay, we'll let things slide, you will fester a community of people that you can't control, that you don't want there, and that aren't positive people. At Toya, one of the things that they're doing is they're looking to create lots of games that have strong feminine characters, and they're looking to create a safe space in games for specifically the younger generation of girls who are gaming. So we have a very strict guideline. We don't allow a lot of different types of things there, and it's a space for children primarily, but having a listed set of rules that everyone's well aware of and being able to very quickly eliminate members who are making people uncomfortable, even if you could let them slide, has cultivated a more happy and understanding community that's easier to deal with as well and is more in line with what we want to do with our projects. Another big thing is rewarding your key members. Over time, you'll find when you have a community that there are certain people who will comment on everything. They will really want to be involved, and they're like hyper excited about what you're doing. You want to reward them. You can do this in lots of different ways. One of the things we do is lots of meaningless roles. Just a colorful name in a Discord that's also in game. People love this. It makes them feel special. We run a lot of events that are for this miraculous members group. Anyone can apply to it. The criteria is filling out a Google form. But there are questions. It feels exclusive. It's not. We run lots of little events like playtests. Our team isn't big enough to run a playtest, take your feedback, and put it in game. So we will take a build that we know is buggy, have them playtest, and they get a little sneak peek, and they will say, oh, I found this bug. We know it's there. It's definitely fixed by release, but you can say, thank you so much. You found this bug, and we fixed it. You can also take suggestions from them. A lot of time, your community will suggest literally stuff on your roadmap, and they will feel like they put that in the game. They will feel like they've now developed your game, made this great update, and they're invested. They're down for the rest of your updates. They're going to continue to participate because they're basically developers now. They've made aspects of your game. And they do a very powerful word of mouth in making sure that other people hear about your game and they participate and are just really, really empowered by doing these little aspects that can help them feel special. Another thing is it takes a lot of your time. A lot of talks I go to talk about work and life balance, which I really struggled with when starting this role. Events are best on a Saturday. No one can find the right time zone on a Wednesday afternoon to run an event because people have school, people have work. It's not a weekend. So you do have to work weekends, and you have to communicate with your team that I'm not going to be in on Monday because I'm running stuff on Saturday, the better day to do things. And with that, people will raid your Discord at 3 in the morning. You need to be somehow contactable and available and able to be reached when fires happen because they're never at convenient times, and someone needs to be there. Also, when working in our community, we have a lot of children. They do not get time zones. They will call me at 3 in the morning, ask me why I'm not replying. I will explain it's 3 in the morning. They will tell me it's 5 p.m. I will say I'm in London. They will still say it's 5 p.m. There's no way to really explain it. It's just they don't get it, and you have to deal with some way of communicating. I'm always online on Discord. I'm always set to online. I'm not always online, but it gives sort of the foe of you can contact if something bad's happening. I might reply. There are other means that people have to get in contact with me when bad stuff does happen. You become the face of your game, your studio, whatever it is. People will assume you're the CEO, they will assume you're the head dev, they will assume you're the QA. Anything bad that's happened, you've definitely done it. Any bugs you've missed, probably you as well. You made a decision to put the wrong thing in the game, definitely was just you doing it on your own. I get a lot of messages going, hey Toya, I can't believe I'm talking to you. That's not my name. I'm not a whole company. There's more people that work on this project. People don't get that. You will get bug reports that you somehow have to convert into something usable for the QA team because they won't want to email or fill out a form. They want to talk to you, clearly the QA. It's such a vast thing to deal with, and it's something that you need to be prepared for when taking on this role. You also are the bridge between the community and the product team. So you are the person that has to go, the community doesn't like this aspect, is there any way we can change it? Or it's great that you want to add cars into the game. No one wants cars. It's not going to sell well as a product that we're selling in game. This doesn't make sense. And when they put in cars and ultimately nothing happens, no one cares about that, you have to go, I did my job, I told you, no one would care. Good job. We work with IPs, and when you work with IPs, it means you need to become the #1 fan of that IP. I had no interest in Disney TV shows about superhero teenagers saving the world. However, I've watched every season, every special. I've seen every little animation of all of the characters. I know the brand inside and out, and I have to know the brand inside and out because ultimately you're the face. And when you get on a live stream and you pronounce a character wrong, they will continue to bring that up for the next years that you're updating the game, and you become less informed about that IP, and it looks bad. I spent a long time saying a couple of characters wrong, and when you have an IP, people want canon stuff, and it very quickly becomes a problem. So you do have to spend the time to immerse yourself in those IPs, and that's just like a warning if you get into anything IP related. You might have no interest in it, but you have to become interested in it. I have this continued thing now as well, but no mouse cursor. There we go. Kids will pick on you. Adults will pick on you. Everyone will pick on you. This is the internet. So obviously you should expect that people will pick on you. Right now you can join upwards of 30 discords all about how awful of a person I am for banning racist people or clearly putting in bugs in the game for my own reasons. And that's fine. You have to just realize that this doesn't matter. It's not about you as a person, and you can ban them. You can make it so they no longer have access to the game anymore, so you're really the person in power here. They will edit photos of you. They will contact your family members. Have had lots of children email members of my partner's family to talk about how I've done bad things by banning them from stuff, or they've been auto-banned from Roblox, and somehow I did that as well. So that's just something to be aware of when you're a community manager, especially if you have other public social medias, and if you have like an easily Googleable name, they will find stuff. This role takes a lot of support, especially on a live product. You need a product manager who can listen to you, who can give reliable information, and a product manager who can inform you when stuff's going wrong. Obviously, even when you have a roadmap, things come up, people get sick, stuff gets delayed, but as a community manager, it's a lot of your job to tell the community what's going to happen. And especially when you're dealing with kids and a live product and people who are very excited, the moment that you tell them, this huge fun update is happening on Thursday at 8 p.m., and it's not, it's happening on Saturday, you need the time to correct that and correct expectations, or it's just chaos. And having a product manager that can help you do that and is aware of how valuable information getting to you is important. When I first took on the role at this company, they didn't have IP-based games, didn't have such a big fan base. And after getting the IP-based games, I was invited to an offsite to give a talk about how important it was to talk to me because no one was talking to me because I just post stuff on Twitter. And so it became a sort of showing that this is what happens as an example when I get the wrong information. It's horrible. It lets down the community. We need to work better together. I'm also not an artist, and working with IPs, it became very clear that I needed artists to help me do stuff because we needed to hit certain points to get stuff approved by IPs, and I'm not in that role, so I needed other support like that to help. Lastly, have good mods. When you start out with a community, both on Reddit and Discord, you're going to need moderators, it's important to not just pick like the best people in your community who've been super active. A lot of times that can cause issues where they feel that they have this sudden surge of power and it's a little bit too much. We have mods that have a very strict guideline of rules, and they are paid mods who aren't necessarily super fans of the IPs, but have taken the time to get to know the IPs and who are able to know that boundary of what they're meant to deal with, what they're meant to pass to me, what their roles are. And they also are on different parts of the world, so I can't be awake every hour of every day. They are available. People know to contact them when, and they know when to contact me. And there's lots of Discord bots now that can, when you tag a specific mod, instantly say, I'm not in this time zone, I'm AFK, tag this mod, etc. for emergencies and stuff, which are very, very useful. And that's all from me. You can find me on Twitter. I'm also on LinkedIn if you want to chat.
Thank you very much, Jupiter. So I'm going to give a final shout out to some more sponsors. We have Pocket Size Hands, Speech Graphics, and Ribbit Games. I'll also do a final little shout out to my own stuff. So we have a website, glasgow.games, where you can find the monthly pub meetups that myself and Joe organise, as well as the tri-monthly? Quarterly? That's easier. Quarterly soapbox events that are like just a couple of talks, usually like 3 or so, and a link to the Discord. So please join that and come socialise at more things, that'd be nice. But outside of that, I'm going to welcome Colin back, and we're going to sort the raffle.
How exciting is that? Ryan, your job is almost done for the evening, and you've survived. Yes. And you've done an amazing job. How amazing has Ryan been? Yeah, that's not bad. It's a bigger round of applause than I've ever had in my life, so congratulations. That's amazing. No, Ryan, you've done a brilliant job. I know you've done this before, so you kind of knew the script. Has it been all right? Have you enjoyed it?
If I'm not invited back next year, I'll be offended.
Might do it just on principle. Okay, we now have the raffle. We've had a lot of great donations. Thank you so much if you've donated. Whether you've not, just the fact that you're here, just the fact that we're raising awareness of a good cause is amazing. But let's go through the raffle. So we've got a lot of prizes to get through. First up, we have got the Head Up Games prize, which is a bundle of Tinkertown and Dr. Fetus Mean Meat Machine. If you can hit the magic button, Ryan. Can you press remove? Yeah. Normally just hit remove, but yep. Can we get a drum roll with the feet as we get this next one going? Oh, the screen's shaking. The screen's shaking.
Omar.
Okay, next up we have the bundle from Wired Productions. This is copies of Tin Heart and The Last Worker. Right. Next up we have the Total War 3 Warhammer from Creative Assembly. So congratulations, Devin Rogers. We have another copy of this as well.
Ross.
Congratulations, Ross Mark. Next up, we have from the Hooded Horse, we've got the bundle of Against the Storm, Manor Lords, and Sons of Valhalla.
Joe Bain.
Joe. And then next up, we've got another bundle from a hooded horse, which is Manor Lords and Sons of Valhalla. Max.
Max Alexander.
Now we've got the first of the No More Robots prizes. This first one is Soccer Story and Let's Build a Zoo.
Chris.
Congratulations. And we've got another one of those. Fiona, congratulations. We have got the next bundle from No More Robots, which is Not Tonight 1 and 2, Stuart Martin. And another one of those bundles.
Declan McGuinness.
And another No More Robots bundle. This is Family Man, Spirity, Fashion, Police, something, and Nowhere Profit.
Laura Molnar.
And we have one more of those.
Ewan McKay.
We're on to the final No More Robots bundle. So this is Hypnospace Outlaw, Slayers X, Yes, Your Great Grace, and Descenders.
Bob Gelb.
And we have one more of those as well.
Parker Campbell.
One of our volunteers, I think. So amazing. Okay, next up we have got the bundle from P-Cube. So this is on PlayStation 4. This is 5 other games: Root Film, Maglam, Lord, Labyrinth of something that I can't pronounce, Astronite, and Warborn from P-Cube.
Rob Gelb.
And now, thanks to Yogscast Games, we've got 4 copies of PlayTup on Xbox.
Joe Bain.
This is a sign how many prizes we've got. I can hear people's feet getting tired.
Yeah, lighten up, come on.
Next up, we have got 2 bundles from Focus Interactive. So this is Steam codes for Banishers, Expeditions, and Atlas Fallen.
Stuart Ross.
One more of those.
Drum roll. Paul Leishman.
That was Paul from Team Terrible. Next up, we have from War Dog Studios a copy of Modern Warfare 3.
Alistair Lowe. Alistair now has
He did
2
win
copies.
one of those already, yeah. Would you want us to redraw it? Is it? Redraw? Redraw? Is that okay, Alistair? Perfect, thank you. Redraw. Modern Warfare 3.
Rob Gelb. Hey.
I was praying for Alistair Lowe to come up again. Next up, we have from PC Turf, we've got 2 copies of The Engineer.
Daniel Livingston.
I was beginning to get worried you weren't going to win anything. You usually win something, so. Another copy.
Kevin Letters.
Okay, and now we're on to the physical prizes. This is from Nikon, the RIG 300 Pro HX headset.
Rebecca and Max from Glitchers.
And then finally, from Nikon, we have the Pro Compact Xbox controller.
Farouk Delvey.
And that concludes our raffle. However, we've got a little more, and so Ryan, I'm going to spring this on you. Turns out, so we've got amazing volunteers that have helped us. You'll have seen them in the fetching orange hoodies that have our sponsors on the back and everything. We have one more. Ryan, would you care to model our orange hoodie? If you can hold that up, front and back. Just hold that. Well, if you're offering, I mean, you know. Yeah, that might be an extra auction we can do. So we have one large size exclusive. This is the only one that is going to be available. Games Talks Live hoodie featuring today's date, all the sponsors, never to be acquired anywhere else. I thought we've never done an auction. We've always done a raffle. Let's do an auction. We might only raise 50p, but but it's still 50p, because otherwise I'm going to be painting in it. So let's be honest, you know. So would anyone give us? Let's start at a fiver for that. Would anyone give us a fiver for that hood? Oh, there's a couple of takers out. So we'll do it in auction. Can we go higher? Would anyone give us a tenner for that? 15? 20? 25? 25 pound, Mr. Livingston. Would anyone go to 30 pounds for this one of a kind, never to be printed again hoodie? We have 30 pounds. Would anyone go to 35? Never been. What? We've got a bid at the back for 35 pounds. Amazing. Is that Mr. Leishman? Would anyone give us 40 pounds? I've carried this around Scotland all week. That surely, I don't know if that devalues it or not. Would anyone give us 40 pounds? It's going to go for 35 pounds. 35 pounds. Going once. Going twice. Congratulations, Mr. Leishman. Thank you very much. So, last time I checked our Just Giving page, and if I add £35 on, Paul, if you can add that onto the Just Giving page, that would be amazing. If we add that on, we have raised a sum total of £1,625. How amazing is that? I love the fact that we do this. There's so much value in these events. It's so much fun getting everyone together, and we raise quite a lot of money for a great cause every single time. The causes vary. but that's a lot of money that's going to make a lot of difference. So thank you so much to everyone that donated. I hope most people that donated won a prize. There was a lot of prizes, but probably not everyone could. So if you didn't win a prize, thank you so much for your donation. It's made a massive difference. Hopefully you come back next time and win something then. This is the end of our evening. The bar staff are hoping so anyway. I hope everyone's enjoyed the talks and the networking. The value is in the networking. The talks are kind of the conversation starter. So it was amazing that we had to hustle everyone back to the talks because there was so much networking going on. That's the real value in any event, particularly events like this. So I'm hoping to hear lots of follow-up. I'm hoping to hear, people are working together, games get signed, and lots of interesting conversations happen. I would like to give another thank you to all of our amazing speakers that we have had today. So we have heard from Ben from Epic, Meher from Keelworks, Chris from the BFI, Rhys Wright from SavePoint, Kirk Daly from Blackadders, Sarah Gatland, our own videographer, Luke Knuckles from Choke Point, Tanya Kapoor from the Hub 175, Joe Bain from Hairy Heart, Kyle McSwan from No Code, Richard Mooney, the writer, and Jupiter Hadley from Toya. Please give them a massive round of applause. Every single one was amazing. And I love the fact that we've got some super experienced speakers. We've got people that have done it for the first time. So if you fancy speaking at one of these in future, when I put the call out, give me a shout. We want a range. We want a range of disciplines. We want a range of experience in the industry. We want a range of experience in public speaking. It's just amazing having the mix. So thank you again to the speakers. I'd also like to give another final thank you to all the sponsors. So thank you again to Team Terrible, Blackadders, Pocket Size Hands, 4G Studios, Ninja Kiwi, No Code, Blazing Griffin, Johnson Carmichael, Escape Technology, Lucid Link, Cerilo, UK Global Screen Fund, Speech Graphics, Rivet Games, and Glasgow Council. Massive thank you to them. We've held this over the last, whatever it's been, 5-6 years in a range of different venues around Glasgow. Personally, I think this is my favourite. This is a beautiful venue. Everything's worked well. The size of it has worked well. The staff have been amazing. It's Craig and Shug behind the bar. Thank you so much. This has just been absolutely perfect for us. We were in an amazing but fairly grungy live music venue last night in Dundee, and the contrast is just phenomenal. But both of them have felt completely appropriate to the games industry. Checking us in all night on the front door, Ryan and Alexander. Can you stand up, please? Thank you so much. They're local students that are looking to get connected in the industry, so please follow up with them afterwards. They've done a brilliant job making sure we're all checked in safely, and most importantly, everyone's got their drinks vouchers, so thank you to them. Fergus, if you're still around, you're right in front of me, someone your size, how can I miss you? Thank you for all the organising in the background. Thank you so much. Lucy at the back as our engineer. I've resisted calling her out all week, but my wife is also super supportive in these. She's propping up the bar, which is ironic given that's usually my job, but thank you so much to Jenny. And one final thank you to our amazing host for tonight, Ryan. You've been amazing. Thank you so much. a couple of days' time, we will publish a little video montage of all this. Hopefully, you'll see little clips of all the speakers. That's all been filmed and edited by Sarah, our videographer. Thank you, Sarah. Historically, we've done this about every 6 months, so that would mean we're due to do it again in November. Is that a good idea? I think we'll be back in November. It's all good. That brings us to the end of this evening. On your way out, if you don't want to keep your lanyards and badges, we've got a box there where you can recycle them. We do have too many cakes. It's a massive problem. So if you can help us out, we've boxed some of them up at the back in foil containers thanks to the bar. So please grab a couple of cakes on your way out and enjoy them over the rest of the week. Thank you so much for coming along tonight. It's been really good fun. Good night.